All right. I'm so excited to do this with you. When are you testing, Andrea?
Me too. Thanks for doing this with me. I am going to pass my exam on the 31st.
So
So next
excited
week.
for you. You have worked so hard for this. So, what we're
It's
going to do
mhm.
today is just, get through some vocab. We're going to
Okay.
look at the list of terms that I think it's a must know, right?
Okay.
And it's not just terms, but they're concepts. And we're just going to review them. We're going to get through. It's not going to be an in depth review, but just to make sure you've got a basic understanding and maybe even put some ideas together that might have been floating around and dangling. Feel free to ask me any questions, but other than that, it's just a free for all.
Sounds good.
So, just so you know the order of topics that we're going to do today,
Hmm.
we'll start with finance, we'll move on to valuation, then contracts, then agency, ownership, transfer of title, and then land use controls.
Okay.
Why? Because the first topics just kind of have a lot of vocab and they're the
They
ones
do.
that people have a lot of questions on. So I want to
Okay.
get I want to say the hard stuff out of the way first, but
Okay.
the ones that I know take a little bit more mental jumping around while we're all fresh.
Sounds
So
good.
let's start with finance. Now, I
Okay.
know you have this too, but I'm going to follow along just in case you need it. We're going to talk
Okay.
about what something is and what it does and make sure you understand where it goes in the whole order of things. So,
Okay.
let's go with the topic of what a mortgage really is. So,
Okay.
promissory note. Tell me what you know or tell me what you have questions about.
So what I know is that it's this document that the buyer or the mortgagor will use our vocabulary,
Mortgagor, I
takes
love it.
and signs to say that they're going to pay back the loan that they're getting.
Yes. Exactly. It's what, and I'm going to write that down. It's the document. Helps if I have a pen there. Document
Mhm.
that says buyer will pay back loan.
Mhm.
And I'm just going to add there because they usually use fancy words. It is evidence
Yeah, right.
of the debt.
Okay.
So you've got your promissory note. It's part
Mhm.
of the mortgage, right?
Right.
What is a mortgage then?
That's the actual um item or instrument, or that's the thing that they are using as, or like that says that, hey, this is the payment for
I
the
think the
house.
word you're looking for is right here.
Yeah, collateral. That's the
There you
word.
go. I could tell you were looking for it. It's what this is the document that creates the property as collateral. Now, as
Mhm.
long as we said the word collateral, what does collateral mean?
Um, it's the asset.
Mhm. And what can they do? What can who? How do you spell asset? ESAS.
ASSET.
Yeah, I don't know why I want to put another.
I do too,
I just want to put another S in there. All right, so it's the asset that who can do what with. Like, why is collateral important?
because it's what the lender secures the loan with or for.
Yeah, the lender can secure the loan because we know if you don't make your payment, now the lender has your house that they can now sell to get that money.
Correct.
All right. Now we said mortgage, and I'm going to go backwards, but what's the difference between a mortgage and a deed of trust? Because both of them do the same thing. They both create collateral.
Yes. But the deed of trust is held by a third party. It's not held
Mm. And
by
who is that third party?
um Is it the beneficiary?
Well, there are three parties. There's the
Yeah.
beneficiary, there's the borrower, and there's the
The lender, the trustee.
trustee. So you got one, you got the borrower.
Hmm.
You got two, the lender, who is the beneficiary. And then you got three, the trustee. So could you, if you were explaining this to a 16-year-old, how would you explain how a deed of trust works as far as title?
So the let's see, the borrower is the one who is going to be making payment
Mm-hmm.
to the lender,
Mm-hmm.
but the trustee holds the title. And when the borrower finished paying off the mortgage or
Mm-hmm.
the loan, then the trustee will give the borrower the title of the house or the property.
Exactly. The borrower buys the house from the seller, and then they get ownership using a general warranty deed. And then
Mhm.
they turn around and give ownership to the trustee, so they have legal title, and the borrower keeps equitable title. And then they make payments to the bank. So if they foreclose, the bank says, hey, trustee, you can sell it. Or if the borrower pays off the loan, they're going to get that title back. Very good. So how does that differ from an actual mortgage?
Um, because with the mortgage, depending on if you're in a lien theory state or a title theory state, the mortgage will be to so if you're in a title theory state, the borrower ends up with the title of the house. So they have to, if they default on the loan, then they have to go to the lender has to take them to court to get the house.
You have it backwards.
I have it backwards.
Yeah,
Okay.
backwards. See, this is why we do it. That's okay. So in the deed of trust or title theory states, you're
Mm-hmm.
using title as the collateral. The
Mm-hmm.
deed of trust moves the title so that
Gotcha.
the lender can have it as collateral.
Okay.
Versus in a mortgage or a lien theory state, the seller gets to hold on to the title. All the bank gets is a lien,
Okay.
which is why they have to go to court. So we're going to put that into words. We're going to say, let's say borrower keeps title, bank only gets lien. That makes sense?
Yes.
All right. Okay, so we've got promissory note, mortgage, deed of trust. So we know overall, when we say I'm going to go get a mortgage, you're actually going to give a mortgage. And it
Right.
turns out you're giving two documents, the promissory note and either a deed of trust or a mortgage.
Correct.
You feel good about that?
Yes.
Then we come to one of my favoriteest words in real estate, hypothecation, because we've already done collateral.
Mm-hmm.
What is hypothecation?
I don't know how to explain it, but it has to do with the securing of the loan.
Yes, has to do with the collateral. And I'll
Um,
add that to our collateral word, security. So here's what it is. And I like
and
to
it
give
has
this.
to do with the let me think about this.
Go ahead.
So it's it has something to do with the possession of the property,
Yes.
but I don't know how to put it all together to make it make sense.
That's okay. That's why we're doing this. So it's about possession. Think of
Mm-hmm.
this as hypothecation versus pawn shop,
Okay.
right? So in a pawn shop, if you go to pawn your guitar, they're going to give you $500 and you leave your guitar there
Mm-hmm.
because you use the guitar as collateral. Is that what happens with a house?
Mm, no.
No. Who, especially if we're in a deed of trust state, you literally gave title to the trustee, but you, the borrower, still gets to use it. In a pawn shop, you can give the guitar as collateral, but you don't get to
You don't
use
get to
that
use it.
guitar while it's collateral. But
Right.
with houses and with cars, you hold that property up as collateral,
Okay.
but you get to can hold on to possession.
Gotcha.
So the
Okay.
official definition is to use property
Okay.
as collateral without giving up possession. So repeat that back to me. Kind of put it in your own words to make sure it makes sense.
Okay. Um, so basically, based off what we just talked about, hypothecation is when I say, yes, I'm paying for this loan, or they're like, yeah, this is going to be your loan. I'm taking the house because I'm going to live in it. But the mortgage is using, or the lender is going to use that as the collateral, so to speak. So
Exactly.
that way,
Yeah. Because if we don't have hypothecation, the bank uses the house as collateral, and where are you going to live while you're paying it off?
you got to live in the house because otherwise it's going to be in your car.
Yeah. So we got to give the bank's got to give us back possession so that we
Yes.
can use it. And that's the idea behind hypothecation.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And you've done an excellent job of knowing the difference between the mortgagor and the mortgagee. So I love that. So let's roll back to that promissory note. I know you've been tested on these three clauses: acceleration clause, the prepayment penalty, the due on sale clause. So let's start with that acceleration clause. What is it?
So that's when they say the lender can call and say, we want our money now.
Yes, I love that. The lender wants all the money
Right now.
now. And all that money is the remaining balance.
Balance, correct.
Now, why would they be saying we want all our money now?
It depends on what happens. So like one of the most recent ones that I have stuck in my head is if I decide to sell my house, but I didn't tell the lender
Okay.
that
So I love that example, but what you described was the due on sale clause.
Okay.
Both of these, the lender
Ask for their money right now.
wants all the money now, but the reasons are different. The other name for due on sale is, do you know it? Alienation clause.
Alienation clause, yeah.
These are the same. If you alienate yourself from the title, if you sell the property, the lender wants all their money now. So that's because you, I'm going to say, are not associated with title anymore. That makes sense?
Yes.
Because at the end of the day, the acceleration clause and the due on sale clause have the same end result.
End result.
Okay. Because like 3 and 4 is 7 and 5 and 2 is 7. How did you get there? That's what's different. Alienation, due on sale, is because you alienated yourself from the property, versus acceleration clause is because you, any clue? Something to do with money?
Defaulted.
There we go. Because of payment default. And that's a small but minor difference. In fact, I was just teaching a class last night, and I was saying the test isn't tricky. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a hard test, but it's not tricky. they're just really into details and minute differences. I mean, at the end of the day, the bank is saying, give me all my money. You no longer have the rest of your 30 years to pay it back. But acceleration clause is because you defaulted,
Okay.
and due on sale is because you alienated yourself from the property.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yes.
Now, what do you know about this prepayment penalty?
So prepayment is when the lender penalizes you for paying off your loan early or your
So
mortgage early.
penalizes for early
Repayment.
loan
Repayment.
repayment. And why does the bank? Oh, I see the computer wants to be weird today. Why does the bank do that?
Because then they don't get all of their money.
Yep. Because bank wants more money.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll say then what was collected.
Correct.
All right. And I love this. When you go back and you read these before your test on the 31st, we're not putting it in the big fancy words. We're putting it in words so that when you go back, you'll be like, oh, yeah, that's what we said, which I think is key. I think it's so important for you not just to memorize a bunch of legalese, but if you understand what we're writing, even better.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I think we've kind of already covered this. In the title theory state, what do they use?
So this is the title goes to the trustee.
And so which document is it?
We just went over this. So this is the deed of trust.
There you go. Title goes to trustee, which equals deed of trust. And hopefully that'll help you remember. Title theory deals with using title as collateral. And lien theory, what happens?
So that's when the borrower or the mortgagor holds the title of the property, and then the lender can
go ahead.
The lender has to put a lien on the house or the property to get the title back.
And I said to get title as security, but I'm going to cross it out to get to sell house as security. And I'm sorry it keeps going in and out. I don't know. I think it's probably time for an update, but we're going to keep on rolling.
It's okay. I have my papers printed out, so if you lose track, I'm following along with you.
Oh, yeah. No, I think it'll just go in and out for a bit. It's okay. All right. What do we have for intermediate theory?
So this is kind of a cross between the two, and at least in my brain. So it's when me as the borrower or a person, whoever is the borrower, they still hold the title, but it's agreed upon with the borrower and the lender that the lender can take the title back if the borrower defaults on the loan.
Exactly. And truth be told, intermediate theory is not usually tested as much unless you're an intermediate theory state, but you're exactly right. It starts off as a lien theory where you get to keep title, but if you default, you've already agreed to give the title to the bank so that they don't have to go through the court to foreclose. Love it. Look at you. And we've answered this already too. How many parties in the mortgage?
2.
And how many parties in the deed of trust?
3.
Nice. And I know we did that.
Yeah. Okay. But I'll give it though in case somebody else is listening. Okay. So for the mortgage, you have the mortgagor, which is the borrower, and the mortgagee, which is the lender. And then for the deed of trust, there's the mortgagor or the borrower, the beneficiary, which is the lender, and then the trustee who holds the title.
beneficiary, who is the lender, and then we have the trustee, who is the title holder.
Mhm.
Awesome. I love it. Yay. Are you feeling better? Like you actually know some stuff?
Yeah, I'm starting to get a little bit more
Yeah.
less stressed.
So, what is a foreclosure in general? If you were talking to an 8-year-old and somebody said the word foreclosure, what would that mean?
That the lender's coming to take your house
Yeah, they're selling
or take your property
property. Why?
because the borrower defaulted on their payments or no, they couldn't fulfill their payments or something, however you want to
Yeah,
put that.
usually it's because they defaulted, but there are some other legal reasons. But usually
Yeah.
you defaulted on your payments and now they're selling your property. They're using that property as security. So if we talk about foreclosures, there's something called a deficiency judgment. What
Mhm.
is a deficiency judgment?
That's when the the court got involved. They sold the house, but it wasn't enough for the lender to get the amount the the amount that they wanted. Insufficient funds. That's the word I was looking for.
Mm-hmm. So I'm going to say foreclosure sale was not enough to cover owed amount. And
To
now
pay.
there's a judgment
Mhm.
against the borrower. Very good. What about a defeasance clause, which sounds a lot like a defeasible estate, but a defeasance clause?
That's when the borrower can repay the to I can't remember if it's to repay if they have to pay them full or it's to bring the balance back so they don't go into foreclosure.
Well, I think you're thinking of a redemption.
Oh, okay.
So the defeasance clause, we're looking at that defease. And we know in a defeasible estate, it means your title or your ownership could be ended. In a
Yes.
defeasance clause, especially in a title theory state,
Yeah.
when the borrower repays the loan, the trustee's interest or ownership, it ends.
Okay.
This is to protect the borrower. We've got a clause that says, trustee, your ownership is not forever. When I pay back the loan, your title ends and it should come back to me.
Gotcha.
Cool. Now, let's go through this again because it doesn't hurt. Which type of theory state uses judicial foreclosures where you have to go to a court?
The lien,
Yep. And that means non-judicial would be
the title theory.
okay. What we're going to do is take a pause and I'm going to fiddle with stuff and we're going to come right back to this. Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
All right, we're back. Sorry about that, but let's move on. So we talked about judicial is a lien theory state and non-judicial is title theory. So what you got for deed in lieu of foreclosure?
That's when the borrower voluntarily says, "Hey, you can have my house."
Yes. What is the other? I'm going to put it here. Borrower willingly gives home to bank instead of foreclosure. And what's the other name for that? Do you know?
Um, I do. I have to look at my notes because I can't think of it at the top of my head.
You
But I
got
do
it.
have.
Think of a popular TV show. It's got Ross. Got
Friends?
Rachel.
Friends?
Friends. Okay, so what's the name of it? Friendly foreclosure.
Friendly. I was just gonna say friends for closure, but that wasn't right. Friendly, yeah.
That's okay. It is a friendly. Why am I just spelling all sorts of things wrong today? Friendly foreclosure. It's like you know what? I don't even know. I'm like, what's going on here? Okay. So we know we do have non-judicial foreclosure. We know we have judicial foreclosure. We know we have a deed in lieu of foreclosure. What is a strict foreclosure?
This is when the borrower um doesn't have any ability or option to redeem themselves if they wanted to.
Well, they don't have a right of redemption
Yeah, that's a nicer way to put it.
after the auction sale. That makes sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if we know what a foreclosure is, we know
Mm-hmm.
that means you sell
Mm-hmm.
property because of default.
Mm-hmm.
What's a short sale?
That's when the lender sells the house for less than what it was worth.
Yeah, so the owner sells house
Oh, yes.
for less than
The,
remaining loan balance. And the big thing there is when it's a short sale, some people see short sale and assume, oh, somebody's behind. But no, it has nothing to do with whether or not they're behind. They just are going to owe more money than it's worth.
yeah.
Right? And it's always going to be a material fact.
Okay.
Because now, if I'm the seller and I owe the bank 40,000 more than you're willing to pay me, I'm going to need to involve the bank and say it's okay that I can sell it. And now that it involves the bank, we got more people involved in whether I can and whether I can't. And that is the definition of a material fact. Some people would definitely change their mind being like, I'm not even trying to deal with the bank like that. So it's a material
Gotcha.
fact.
Okay.
Now, the star is if you can tell me, I'll be so impressed. Can you tell me what an REO is?
Real estate owned.
Yes, look
Mhm.
at you.
So that's so the property is now owned by the lender, which is usually a bank or the government, depending on what loan you got. And that happens when the property goes to foreclosure or auction and they didn't get a buyer
Yes,
to.
it went through foreclosure, the foreclosure auction. Nobody bought it. Now it belongs to the bank. And then they say, hey, so it's real estate owned. And now I'm going to say bank owned property that no one bought at foreclosure.
Mhm.
And the bank puts it on the market.
Gotcha.
So yes, the bank's not in the, they're not trying to be landlords or anything like that. They now
Mhm.
have this collateral and they don't want it. They try to
Right.
sell it. And that's when they reach out to an agent and they're like, hey, could you sell this for me? But the bank is the seller. And a lot
Gotcha.
of times once you get into this business, people will be like, I want to buy a foreclosure, especially after 2008,
Mhm.
2008, 9, 10, 11.
Mhm.
It didn't mean they really wanted a foreclosure auction. They wanted one of those properties that they were getting pretty cheap from the bank because nobody bought it at foreclosure.
Mhm.
Good job. I am most impressed with you.
I've been trying, and your
Well, you
videos have
have
been
been
helpful.
succeeding. So tell me what you know about PITI.
Okay, so principal interest, tax, and insurance. Or is it insurance and interest?
Principal,
Either way.
interest, taxes, and insurance. I love it. And we know this comes from our factor. And this is 1/12 of the annual. And this is 1/12 of the annual.
Yes.
Great. What does the word amortization mean? Or what does it mean to be an amortized loan?
It's equal payments or equal installments of your loan. Of your principal and interest, maybe. It's how you pay your the loan.
Until it's paid off.
Yes. But it's in equal amounts.
Yes, and that is a key point. And remember, when you have a PI payment, you already know it stays the same. You start, and it's mostly interest, but then you end, and it's mostly principal. But the amount doesn't change. What goes towards what changes.
Yes.
Now, I said a principal and interest payment comes from a factor. Can you tell me what a factor means or put it in English?
So it's part of 1,000.
Yes, 1,000 is important.
Give me a moment. Let's see.
You're good. No rush. No pressure.
So it's okay. So it's part of the 1,000 of what was borrowed. That they and somehow it equals to what's going to be paid off.
Yeah,
the long term or
I'm
something.
going to help you with that. It's a rate of P&I payment.
Okay.
Why? Because you're going to pay some dollar amount for every 1,000 in the loan.
Okay.
Right? So the rate, for example, could be $5.25 for every 1,000 borrowed. I could tell by how you were explaining it, you understood that because it's 1,000, but it's just easier to say rate of.
Yeah.
And that's when you use that factor chart, that amortization chart that had
that they have to give
interest rate. Yeah, they either have to give it to you or have to say, here's the factor, or they can say your factor, the rate of principal and interest is $5.25 for every 1,000. Like they have to give it to you, or they have to give you the chart to find it. So we know that there's a chart that says here are the factors, but then there's also an amortization schedule. What is the difference? What's an amortization schedule?
So that's the schedule that shows you what your payment is going to be and how much of that payment is going towards interest and how much is going to principal. And it's stuff for the life of the loan.
So I'm writing, it shows where or how much each principal payment is with each payment, not each principal payment. Each payment is with principal versus interest. Right? Like it. What is PMI?
Private mortgage insurance.
Yes. Tell me what you know about it.
Okay, so if it's it has something to do with if you don't put a down payment, or if your down payment is less than 20%, if it's a conventional loan, I think.
Less than 20% down, and you're going to have to pay it.
Yeah.
So in that case, your payments would be PITII. Right? And when could it be removed?
That's a good question, Candace.
So let's say you borrowed 90%.
Okay.
Once you get to that 80%, you can ask to have it removed.
Okay.
And that's for conventional loans. What do we call it if it is a FHA loan? There's still mortgage insurance. And remember, an FHA loan, you're getting the loan from the bank. The FHA is just providing the insurance. But what do you call? It's not called PMI then. It's called something else. It's okay. I got you. It's called MIP, which
Oh,
is mortgage
let's write this
insurance premium.
down. Oh, yeah, I do remember that.
They're both the same. It's just one says, oh, I'm conventional loan. And the other says, oh, nope, I'm an FHA loan.
Okay. So MIP is for the FHA loans.
Yes.
Okay. This is for conventional.
What you
Okay.
thinking? I see that face. Look, it's a lot. You knew
It
it, but
is.
does it help to see how it connects? Like, oh, it's the
Yeah.
same thing. Okay.
Yeah.
What do you know about equity? What is equity?
That is the, I don't want to explain this.
Can you give me an example?
Yes. So it's the difference between, or it's what your house gained. So like if you bought your house for $1,000 and then because of the market it went up and so now there's your house is worth 2,000, your equity is now 1,000.
Yes. So equity is the money that is, or the value in the house that you wouldn't have to pay back to the bank
Okay.
if it was sold. Does that make sense? So I'm
Yeah.
going to say
Like I
the
know the concept.
value. Go ahead.
I said I knew the concept, just trying to put it in easy words.
Hey, I can only do it because I've been doing this so long. So does that make sense what I wrote? Value in the property that does not go to the bank.
Yes.
So if you have a house worth 500,000
Uh-huh. Okay.
and you have a loan balance of 200,000, your equity,
It's 300,000.
there you go. Perfect. Now, I mentioned a conventional mortgage earlier.
They're not backed by the government.
There we go. What's a jumbo loan?
Fannie Mae and Freddie Mae. They're the uh I think the word is non-conforming. No.
Well, yeah, it could be non-conforming. It means it's too big. It's greater than, it's a greater amount of money than the secondary mortgage market will buy. Like
Which
you're
is
not
where
going to
Fannie
buy,
Mae and
they're not
Freddie
taking
Mac.
a $1.5 million loan in the secondary mortgage market.
Right.
And there you go. What's what is the definition of a government loan? I know that you know an FHA loan is a government loan, the VA loan is a government loan, but what does that mean?
That the government is going to back the mortgage or
Yeah,
like
the government backs the mortgage and they either
fall under
insure
the
it.
FHA or the VA loan,
There you
right?
go. Mm-hmm.
And FHA is, since that's the next word, uh, not fair housing, Federal Housing Administration.
Mm-hmm. And what do you know about it?
Um, they're also government backed, but that's the,
So I'm going to put it this way. The loan comes from the bank,
Mhm.
but mortgage insurance comes from FHA. That makes sense?
Mhm.
And an FHA loan, it's a government loan because the borrower still goes to the bank to get the loan. It's just now the FHA is providing the mortgage insurance,
Insurance.
that
Okay.
MIP.
Gotcha.
And I'll put there MIP just so we remember. What's
Yes.
the difference between an FHA and the VA loan? Like, I know that the
So
VA
the
loan goes to the
VA,
vets.
yeah. So it's the Veterans Affair program thing. So it's available to active duty and veterans, and then the surviving spouses.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that they typically don't have to have a down payment
So yeah, no down payment is possible. Why?
because off, it's backed by the government.
Yeah, because it's a guarantee by the VA. What does that mean that it's guaranteed versus insured?
That they'll take responsibility
Yeah, they're taking 100% responsibility for the amount
of the
of the eligibility. It is a guaranteed no loss. So if the soldier's guarantee is for $250,000 and then they default, the bank is guaranteed not to lose that $250,000. The VA is going to pay them back. Now, if the house they bought, the guarantee was for $250,000, but they bought for $350,000, they're only guaranteed up to $250,000. The bank might take a loss for anything over that. But overall, that's why they can have no down payment, because the bank is guaranteed to get some of that money back. 100% of that, whatever's amount is on the certificate of eligibility. I don't know why I had equity twice on here, but tell me what you know about purchase money mortgage, PMMs.
It's also called seller financing, I
Yes,
think.
because that's what it is. So let's kind of break it down. We know in a normal loan, and nothing's normal. Wouldn't your sales price would be a buyer debit plus a seller credit?
Right.
And then your loan would be just a buyer credit plus, well, I'm going to say for the amount of the loan.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to come from bank.
Mm-hmm.
But in a purchase money mortgage, the loan is going to be a buyer credit and a seller debit. Because the seller is literally giving the buyer money. And so instead of the buyer making payments to a bank every month, they're making payments to the seller every month. So the seller is giving the buyer the loan.
Interesting. I don't know why that would ever be a thing, but
Well, I can give you an example.
oh, please do.
Let's say you don't want to pay PMI and you're buying a quadplex, right? It's
Okay.
got 4 units, but
Mm-hmm.
you're buying it from a friend who's the investor.
Okay.
So they're an investor. They have this 4 quad building. They don't want it anymore. You buy it, but you only have 10% to put down. You
Mm-hmm.
could borrow 80% from the bank And then for that other, you only have 10% to put down. You're missing 10%. You could take out a 10% purchase money mortgage where the seller, your friend, is actually giving you the 10% as that you need so that you can qualify for this loan. So you're actually going to, now you have to tell the bank about it, but you'll be making 2 mortgage payments. People get secondary mortgages all the time. You're going to be paying off the 80% from the conventional loan plus the 10% to your friend as a seller.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm going to write that example down because that makes sense.
Good. That's why we do this.
Okay.
I love doing this. I love how it kind of all comes together because I can tell you've got the bits and pieces, but I'm hoping this kind of puts it in place because it's organizing the vocab a bit.
It is.
Talk to me about a fixed rate mortgage. What does that mean?
Okay. So
it gives you a hint up here.
Yeah, so it's your mortgage payment, but it's where the payment is going to be the same every month. So your interest is the same, and so is your principal payment.
Well, no, that's actually not what a fixed rate means. What we're talking about, is that your interest rate never changes.
Gotcha.
Most of them so happen to be amortized, fully amortized loans where your amount changes, how much, which is principal, how much is interest. So the amount you pay doesn't change. But what's key is that the interest rate over the life of a fixed rate loan doesn't change, which is different than an ARM. Go ahead.
So the fixed rate, that's how it's different from an amortized, because in an amortized one, the interest rate will change over time.
No. So in an amortized loan, a fully amortized loan, 9 out of 10 is going to be fixed rate. It's fixed during the entire life of the loan. They go through and they figure out your balance off of the same interest rate.
Yeah, because like when you start off, even though the payments don't change, I mean, yeah, the principal, you start off with more interest. Oh, okay.
So I'm going to show you using this amortization schedule. I think this is great. All right, let's clear this. So in this loan that you see here, the entire time of this loan, and I've happened to know because I've done this problem, it's 4% interest.
Okay.
And it's the life of the loan. So for 360 payments, which is 30 years, every month when they figure out how much is principal and how much is interest, they're basing it off a 7%, 4% interest. And we're not doing math today, so I'm going to kind of walk through it pretty quickly, but I'm going to show you. So for your first payment, what they do is they say you owe $250,000 and your annual payment is 4%. That would be for a year, but you only borrowed it for a month. So we're going to divide that by 12. And what you get is, when you do all that math, is 833.33. So they're telling you your payment is $1,193.54. See this here? You're going to pay $1,193.54. If I scroll, look.
Forever.
Payment 83 is $1,193.54 all the way to, it's 360 payments. Jeez. Yeah. It's still here.
Right.
An amortized loan means it's fully amortized. This last payment is the same amount and you don't owe any more principal and interest.
Okay.
What's changing is how much is principal and how much is interest. Because notice in this one, this is the interest side and this is the principal side. $3.97 in interest versus, if we go back up,
was $833.
It was $833. So your payment amount never changes. How much is principal and how much is interest changes.
Gotcha.
So once they know that it's 833.33 of interest, they figure out, oh, you reduced your principal. You no longer owe 250, you owe 249, 639.80.
Gotcha. Okay.
So when I'm going to take one more step. So to figure out the next month, what they do is they take 249, 639.80. They multiply it by 4% and they divide it by 12. And that's going to give you 832.13.
Gotcha.
But since you paid this, then that means 631, which gives you this new balance. So the interest rate in a fixed rate loan never changes. It's what allows it. It makes it very much easier to let it be in a fully amortized loan.
Gotcha.
Right. And
I was thinking of the interest. I was confusing myself with the interest payment.
It's okay. It's okay.
So thank you.
Yeah, no, that's what we do. With an ARM, what would happen is an ARM would say, oh, maybe it's a 5-year ARM. They'll say you're going to get the same for 5 years, and then we're going to adjust.
Just over time.
Yes. So they, depending on how often, we're going to adjust it by every so often based on what the market's doing. So for the past, like it's recording this is 2023. We know 2020, 21, 22, we had historically some of the lowest interest rates. And so a lot of people wanted to get into houses, but to get even lower, they got an ARM. Well, if that ARM is changing this year, we've gone from like 3% to like 6 and 7%. It can't jump. I mean, there are rules. You talk about how much it can move with each change, but your interest rate is going up. If you had simply gotten a fixed rate, it was 3.5 when you got it, and it's 3.5 now, no matter what else goes on. All right, so that helps. Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Cool. Now let's find where we were. Did I pass it? I think I passed it. I keep so many things open. There we go. So an ARM means the
adjustable rate, right? But it's the adjustable rate mortgage, I think is what it's what IRM stands for.
Sometimes I wish I could do this with every student to kind of help you now that you've learned so much. I love the fact that I'm able to be like, click, like it's almost like putting Legos together. Look at you knowing all this stuff. I love it.
Trying to.
Okay. So the margin is what they charge. Like there's the interest rates are doing what they do, and the margin is the extra that banks charge.
That's the percentage point thing, right?
It can be related to points, but we just call it the margin when we're related to ARMs, like when they're trying to figure out what your new interest rate is. When we talk about points, we're usually talking about something that the buyer's paying at closing to either increase the bank's yield or to lower their interest rate. So, but it all has to do kind of in that same family with interest rates. Graduated payment.
So that's when your monthly payments start off low and then they gradually increase over a time period.
Yep. Graduations. Very good. What is negative amortization?
It doesn't cover the interest, I think.
Yeah.
The payment doesn't cover interest.
Doesn't cover all the interest. Yep.
So then you end up having a larger balance.
Yep. So it goes to your balance. And that can happen in an ARM sometimes. It can happen for all sorts of reasons, but it doesn't ever happen in a fixed rate amortized.
Right.
Okay. What is a balloon payment?
That's when the payment's is too large or larger.
Well, it's a payment. And I'm going to change that. It's when that's not the erase button. So it's it's a partially amortized loan
Okay.
where when you get to the last payment, you still have principal due. So it's a
Okay.
final payment
But it's a larger one.
that includes all remaining balance.
Okay. Include remaining.
So
Okay.
it's much larger. That makes sense.
Yes.
When we say the term of the loan, what does that mean?
The life of the loan.
Yep. How long? And what's a reverse annuity mortgage?
That's when the homeowner can take out the equity for cash or something to that effect, I think.
Yep. It's older people and they're getting equity checks from the bank. I love it. I mean, I guess a test could ask you, I think it's 62 or older. All these little numbers when I'm not focused in number time get messed up in my
It's
head, but
either 62 or 65.
yeah, one of those, which is why I'm always telling people make those lists because if I wanted to, if I was studying on my own, this is where I would go 62, 65. I go to my list of numbers and I find which one is it. Now, for the sake of time today, I'm not going to just because it requires another form. I swear every time we leave this page, you're looking it up, aren't you? Let's see
Yeah.
who can find it first. Do. Who can find it first? It's a race. Where are my numbers? Where are my numbers?
I want the stack right here.
Did you get it first?
I'm almost there.
Right, it might be. Is it under my oh, where is it? I can't believe this isn't a number that I have in here, but there's so many numbers I have to look. It may not be in here. I might need to add it. Let's see. I will add this just because of you. Reverse annuity mortgage.
Oh.
And I'm gonna double check, but I think it's 62. I just don't want to put it in wrong. Oops. I always tell people, look, it's not just y'all. I don't know all of these numbers memorized off the top of my head. Like if you ask me just in the middle of the day, I'd be like, yeah, blah, 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 blah. But sometimes trying to pull these numbers out, I'm like that too.
It's just so many numbers.
62.
I was almost there.
Right. 62. That's okay. That is okay. We're going to go back to it.
Sweet. I knew it was 62 or 65.
Look, and here's the thing. Chances are your test isn't going to say 62, 65, 62, 3, and 59. It'll probably be like, it might be 55, but like it'd probably be like 62, maybe 55, maybe like 89. It's usually not that, I think we would have guessed it right. Oh, and I needed to add that to my list. I'm going to make that change to my list just to make sure I have it in there. And it could be in there somewhere. My list of synonyms, my list of acronyms, so much stuff. Sometimes it freaks me out when I look at these lists and I'm like, oh, they want y'all to know all of that.
There's so much.
And this. Yeah. All right, we're ready to go to the next. There's so much vocab in mortgage chapter. What about construction loans?
So that's the short-term loan that covers the cost of building.
Yep. What's an open-end mortgage?
It allows the borrower to borrow more money, but up to a certain amount.
The borrower borrows
Yeah.
more than needed
Cool.
up to a certain amount. For somebody who said you were feeling like you don't know anything, I am impressed with how much you know.
It will come. I've just focused a lot on this stuff because I struggled the most with this stuff.
Well, I'm cannot tell. You're doing great. What's a blanket mortgage?
Hold on. It's the loan that lets you, I think, purchase multiple properties, I think.
Yep, covers multiple parcels of land.
Oh, it's land.
Yeah, because
Okay.
it's usually where if you're a builder, you might buy 7 lots using one mortgage loan. One,
Okay.
it could be a construction loan too, but one mortgage loan, and then they allow you to sell. And I'm going to say allows you to sell. I can spell allows to sell individual lots without kicking in that clause that says if you sell it, you have to pay me back, i.e., without setting off alienation clause. I love it. Does that make sense though?
Yeah.
Cool. What you got on a package mortgage?
That's I call it the combination package because that's
Okay.
my brain did it, but it's when the one that covers both real property and personal property, I think,
Very good.
or something to that effect. In my brain, it's a combination.
I like it. I think of Christmas and you get packages, and packages are personal property. So, I don't know. Can
Give
you
me
tell me
one
what the? Go
second,
ahead.
please.
Go ahead. And if anybody is watching this in the future, I hope this helps. Andrea has been studying for a while, and as you can tell, she is killing it with her definitions. And I apologize for my terrible writing, but if you can follow along, if you're able to answer these questions too, I think it'll be really helpful because these are
Sorry
really
about that.
common
I had to
words.
go sneeze.
Oh, that's okay. I was just talking to our future listeners. Again, this is not the most formal thing, but I think for people, like I hope like you would have appreciated it if I had done this with somebody else. So
Yes.
good. Because if it was formal, I would get an F. We are not formal around here. So can you
Yeah.
tell me the difference between an assumption and purchasing subject to?
Yes. Give me a moment. Let me think about this. So, with the purchasing subject to this, um, the neither the seller or the buyer have the property, right?
Well, kind of, sort of.
Something.
I'm going to give you an example so that it makes more sense.
Okay.
When somebody buys, like, let's say I have a house
Mhm.
and I got a great 2.5% interest rate. You are
Okay.
not getting 2.5% interest rate at this point in October of 2023.
Correct.
But you want to just basically have my loan. You're like, Candace, I don't want to get a new loan. I want your loan.
Hmm.
Well, when you purchase subject to the loan, what you're doing is you're making the payments to my bank, but you don't have any relationship with the bank. So if you
Gotcha.
stop the payments, it's all on me.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
I'm just going to put here seller keeps all responsibility
That makes sense.
or liability.
Okay.
versus when you assume a loan, like you can
That's
assume
when.
VA loans,
Mhm.
then you're working. The borrower has a relationship with the bank. Most of the time, you are going to be responsible and not me. I might have a sliver of responsibility, but when you assume a loan, you have a relationship with the bank. So I'm
So the
gonna
buyer's
say,
responsible or has the
yeah.
liability.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, that cleared that up because I was
Yeah,
off by that. Thanks.
no problem. And again, I'm kind of simplifying it. You're so close. I don't want to try to add lots of details. I want you to get the main concepts. Okay, we're wrapping up towards the end of our finance section. We got
Thank
the
God.
Federal Reserve.
Um, so that's the bank
That's the banking system.
system. Yeah, that's, hold on. It puts or it governs the policies.
Yeah, it governs banking policies and it watches over banks.
Mhm.
What is a security?
They're the financial instruments. So they're like stocks or bonds.
Yep. What's the discount rate?
That's the interest rate charged
To who? From whom?
um, to the borrower from the bank. No,
Oh, this is the interest charged,
from the bank to the government. No, the bank
actually, from the Federal Reserve.
to the bank.
Yep.
Okay.
The federal fund rate, and I'm just going to go ahead and get it to you. I look at the two F's. One of my students a long time said long time ago, it's the friend that says I spelled friend right. The friend to friend rate. It
That
is the
makes
bank
sense.
to bank rate. So if Bank of America needs to borrow monies from the feds, it's a loan for the Federal Reserve. They might charge 1.9%. Or Bank of America could go to Wells Fargo and borrow money, and Wells Fargo would charge them, 2.25%.
Gotcha.
And then the prime rate is what, Oprah doesn't need, we know have that idea of leverage where rich people or rich corporations, things like that, that have money, it's sometimes cheaper to borrow money and pay a little interest on it so
Mhm.
that you don't have all your money tied up in one thing than it is to just take the cash out.
Gotcha.
So when you're really, really, really well qualified borrowers borrow money, they get the bank rate. I'm sorry, not the
Gotcha.
bank rate, the prime
The
rate.
primary.
Mhm.
Okay. Excuse me.
So how are you feeling about the primary mortgage market, the secondary mortgage market? What can you tell me about what is the primary mortgage market?
So that's the lender and mortgage brokers that originate the loan.
Very good. Lenders and mortgage brokers that originate loans. And by
Mhm.
originate, we just mean they actually make the loans.
Right.
Can you tell me what the difference is between a mortgage banker and a mortgage broker?
Um, so the mortgage banker is they're from the federal, they're licensed federally.
Well, the
And
mortgage
then, but
banker, yes, but a
they
mortgage
sell it
banker,
from,
go ahead.
they, so they sell, or they give the loan on behalf of the lender, but the mortgage broker has access to many options.
Exactly. So it's like shopping in the mall. If you go to Harris Teeter, you're
Mhm.
basically going to get Okay, think of it this way. If you went to a gas station, an Exxon gas station, they're only offering you Exxon gas. But if there was like a gas station broker, you could get gas from Exxon or Shell
Um,
or Sheets. Do you get what I'm saying? The
yeah.
mortgage broker gives loans from other banks. They don't originate. So if we know that's what the primary mortgage market is, what is the secondary mortgage market?
Secondary buys the
Yeah,
as the
they
loans.
they buy packaged loans from primary market. What do you know about Fannie Mae, Ginnie Mae, and Freddie Mac?
This is where I get confused.
Have
So
I not given you my funny story about them?
no.
Well, this is my favorite story to tell. So I can't
Okay.
believe this is going to be out here on the internet, but that's okay. So, do you know who Jack the Ripper is?
Yes.
So I want you to, and Jack the Ripper was like back in the day, England. And
Mm-hmm.
I am not judging. There are women that still do this, but there were definitely women who my mother would say had loose morals,
Okay.
otherwise known as harlots.
Yes.
Now, and there's nothing wrong with it. I'm a harlot. I don't know, but but I don't know if you watch like TV shows or you're like me. I'm an avid romance novel reader, and when I was young, I like those those old kind of classic ones with the pirates or
Mm-hmm.
whatever. So there was always a harlot,
Yeah, always.
and there was always one named Fanny.
Yeah.
There was always a harlot named Fanny, and so this is what I remember. Fanny is open for everybody. No judgment.
Okay.
Fanny is open for everybody. What do I
Okay.
mean by that? Fannie Mae buys everything. She buys conventional
Mhm.
and government,
Okay.
right?
Mm-hmm.
So Fanny is
That's
open to everyone. You won't forget that now, will you?
nope. Mm-mm.
And it stands for Federal National Mortgage Association.
Right. Okay.
Now, Jenny, I feel in Jenny because I like Jenny. I have I have champagne taste on a beer budget.
Same.
I got champagne taste. I want my house to look like it came out of some magazine. I got
Mm-hmm.
Target money, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you
Mm-hmm.
do what you do. Now, Jenny doesn't have as much money, but she does have the good American spirit. And when you don't have money and you are okay with, your life choices, which, hey, I'm not mad at you, the best thing you could do is go to DC, as in Washington,
Okay.
find a nice senator, president, vice president, congressman. I don't know, but you can sleep your way up to some blackmail or the top. Hey, get married, blackmail, it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So Jenny, she's a little highfalutin. She really only messes around with those government people.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
what does Jenny May buy?
Government. No.
That's right.
Is that where HUD comes? So she would buy HUD
Well, HUD kind of does
first.
their own loans, but she's gonna buy your VA and FHA loans. She buys government loans
Okay.
because those can be. Remember, who makes those loans? Who actually makes the VA and FHA loans? Who provides those funds?
The government.
Mm-mm.
Oh wait, no.
So
See.
it's okay. No, you know this because we just talked about it. So if you go to the bank, if you went to Bank of
Yeah.
America tomorrow and you got an FHA loan, FHA is only providing the insurance. You're getting the money from Wells Fargo.
Right. So the Federal Reserve.
Federal Reserve. Mm-mm.
So no. See, I don't like these three. They
Okay,
confuse me
that's
so
okay. No,
much.
I want you to think of it. You
Okay.
are stop trying to make it more complicated than it is.
Okay. All right.
Do we know that FHA loans and VA loans actually come from the bank itself?
Yeah.
Right? Now,
Hmm.
if the bank needs money, they can borrow some, like we talked about up here.
Hmm.
But the loans themselves, when you get licensed and you have a vet that wants to get a VA loan, they are going to Wells Fargo, Bank of America, the credit union. They're going to the same places everybody else is.
Gotcha.
It's just that the government has guaranteed the loan. With
Gotcha.
FHA and VA loans, they're still given by the bank. It's just you have the government backing them. So a lot
Okay.
of times, and the
Okay.
whole story behind FHA is it came about because they wanted more people to be able to buy loans or to get loans.
Gotcha.
People
Okay.
that a bank would have usually said, this is a little risky. Well, since the insurance is coming from the government, the bank is now willing to do it.
Gotcha. Okay.
So when I talk about Ginnie Mae, we're saying banks make loans. We know they package those loans. They basically merge them, they put it all together,
Right.
and then they sell to the secondary mortgage market.
Hmm.
Fannie Mae will buy conventional
Everybody.
and government because Fannie is open to everybody. Ginnie
The
only buys.
the government backed ones.
There you go.
Got it.
Did that just
Okay.
click?
Yeah, it did.
Yay. Now we got
Okay.
one more guy there. Oh, and
You got
Ginnie Mae
Freddie.
stands for Government National Mortgage Association because government, Ginnie.
Yep.
I mean, again, I'm not mad at her because I too have champagne taste on a beer budget.
Right.
Now you got Freddie, and no offense to any of the gentlemen who are listening to this in the future, but Freddie is what we call conventional. He is, because remember, he too is a lady of the night, but he's not a lady. He is a gentleman of the evening. He is socks on, lights off,
Okay.
one position, 6 minutes. No whips, no chains, no 50 Shades of Gray. He is real vanilla or conventional.
Okay.
So what does Freddie Mac buy? Conventional loans.
Okay. Okay. Got it.
Yay. So I'm going to write that down. I'm going to say vanilla. See, you read romance novels. And
I do.
Say he buys conventional loans. He is not the person to be like, can we try some whips, some chains? You know what? And that's fine. He's going to stick to women. He's not trying to experiment. He is not Fannie. And that's okay.
Yeah.
And we talked about a little bit earlier, but we know conforming loans are loans that will be purchased by the secondary mortgage market.
Yes.
And non-conforming will not be purchased.
That's where to try to connect the dots. When going back to
think of Dumbo's ears. It rhymes with Dumbo.
Dumbo.
There you go. That's how I remembered it when I did this 20 years ago. I would think jumbo loans, I would think Dumbo, and I would think big, and that's how I got it.
Okay. I'm gonna write that down.
Yay! It only took us a little over an hour, but we got through the finance. But more importantly, did it help you kind of put some things into perspective?
It did.
How it's connected.
It did.
Good. Well, if you still want to keep on going, I'm ready to keep going with some valuation.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay. So valuation, can you tell me what you know or what's important to know about an appraisal?
So that is the um estimate of the market value of the property or the
Yeah.
yeah,
How long is it good for?
just that day.
Yep. It's officially, that's a terrible way to sell the word property. I don't know what that was. It may be used for longer, but it's officially really only good for one day.
Yes.
And it's an opinion.
Yes.
Because if you know you get 5 different appraisers out to see a property, you're probably
They're all
going to
gonna
get 5
go.
different answers.
Hmm.
And it's good for one day. So what's the difference between market value and market price?
So market value is what it's the price that the seller is willing to sell and the buyer is willing to pay
Market
without their
price. Yep. And I'm going to shorten that for you. It's what the property sells for. And the market value is what the appraiser thinks.
okay.
And think of it this way. If you go to sell your house and you get an appraisal before you put it on the market, the
Uh-huh.
appraiser could come back and tell you, I think your house is worth $650.
Hmm.
But just because the appraiser thought it was worth $650, is that a guarantee somebody's going to pay $650 for it?
No.
So the appraiser finds market value. It's an opinion. It's what the appraiser thinks it's going to sell for.
Hmm.
Market price is what it actually sells for.
Gotcha.
And then when we're talking about this, do you know how that compares to cost?
Yes, because cost is what it takes to build build the property or whatever the object is.
Yeah. Very good. So what does assessed value mean? When do we have an assessed value?
Taxes.
Yeah. What's condemnation value?
It's when it's the value of the property when the government takes the property.
And what do we call that?
Eminent domain.
There we go. Call it the eminent domain value. And what is plottage?
I don't remember.
It's okay. You don't have to remember everything, girl. No,
I
I
do
don't.
know that it has something to do with multiple
Yes.
plots or multiple land. Or
Uh-huh. And what are you going to do with those multiple lands?
add them
And what happens when you add them? The value goes
up.
yes. So the value of 2 lots together, you've put them together, is more than the value of 2 lots. That says 2. Sold.
Gotcha.
I say put together. So I'm going to give you an example. Let's say you live in a neighborhood where lots have to be at least a half an acre to build. But around this lot, and I'll change colors, you have a 1/4 acre. And then next door you have actually I'm going to change that number to make it easier. Say it has to be 1/3 of an acre to build. So if you have next to it a 1/4 acre, and then you have another 1/4 acre, and then you have another 1/3 acre. So you can build on this one. But individually, can you build on a 1/4 acre?
Nope.
No. But if you add these two together, it would be a half an acre. And could you
Please
build?
excuse my dog in the background.
That's okay. It's a dog. If people don't like animals, I have to wonder.
Right?
He's like, I'm just being a dog, Mom. So maybe a 1/4 acre by itself would have been 10,000. But if you take those 2/4 acres and you make a half acre, it's not going to be 20,000 because now it's a buildable lot. It could be 35,000
Right.
because it's so much bigger. Like, do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's plottage.
Okay.
All right. Moving on. What do you know about this concept of value, demand, utility, scarcity, and transferability? In order for something to have value, we know it has to have dust, or some people learn it as stud. What does it mean for something to have demand?
That's the quantity of the product's desire, or the desire for, no,
I
how do I
think you
want
can
to
just
put
leave
it?
it at desire. There's got to be a desire for it.
Yeah.
Okay. What does it mean that it's got utility?
Um, I know this.
What is utility?
It,
So stop
it,
overthinking. What does
okay.
having utility mean in everyday language? If something has utility, then
It's functional.
it's functional. It's useful. Because if something doesn't have any use, more than likely it's not going to have value. Like, okay, today's Saturday. So just by the way, people watching this, oh no, today's Friday. Darn.
Yeah.
So you're like, what? No. Tomorrow will be Saturday. Tomorrow is lottery day.
Mm-hmm.
If I buy a ticket on Saturday and I don't win the lottery,
Mm-hmm.
how much value does it have on Sunday?
None.
Because how useful is a not winning lottery ticket on Sunday?
Not useful at all.
But on Friday, today, before I bought it or when I buy it, how much use does it have as things that it might be worth something in the future?
It could be potentially the winning ticket.
So it's got some use to it. That makes
Mm-hmm.
sense?
Yeah.
Now, it's not 100%. These values that we're getting ready to talk about, they're not 100% off. Each of it is a quarter. Like, it's got a lot of use. Some things are not useful except to make kids happy, like a pet rock.
Mm-hmm.
But the use is it's a toy and it keeps your kid happy. Like, some things are very useful. Like, how useful is your cell phone or your computer or your car? Like, these are all things that cost us so much money, but they have value because we need them. They have high utility.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What's scarcity mean?
There's not enough of it.
Yep. And I'm going to call that the availability. And what's transferability mean?
That's the ability to lease, give away, or sell your property.
Can be given or sold to another. So what we're saying is anything that has value has got to have at some level these 4 qualities or concepts. Mm-hmm. So when I talk about influences of value, I want for you to give me an example of what this is. So social ideas and standards could or can influence value. Can you give me an idea of a social idea or standard that would influence value?
So what comes to mind with that is like lifestyle options. So like if a housing area is near downtown or near a lot of restaurants.
Yeah.
So people want to live there because they can,
exactly.
Because of the lifestyle.
Well, think of it this way. When houses were built you're absolutely right. Houses were built in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. You commonly have 3 bedrooms, 1.5 baths, 2 baths, 4 bedrooms, 2 baths. The social standards back then were like 4 bedrooms, 2 baths sounds great. Sounds like the Brady house. However, how many new construction people in 2023 are going to build a 4 bedroom, 2 bath house?
Not many.
Because our social standards have changed.
Mm-hmm.
All right. What about economic forces? What's an economic force that could affect value?
So this is where like the economy, so
Yeah.
people's wages, the cost of living, that's the word I was looking for.
I love
affect the value of the area.
What is a government activity that could?
Hold on. I'm writing this down because I was like, I liked how I did that. Cost.
Okay. No, I love it. That's what we're doing this for.
Government activity, that's when the government has policies or like zoning rules um, or protections of lands.
I'm going to give you an example. So imagine you decide to retire kind of out in the country, not too far out, but
Mhm.
maybe 15, 20 minutes outside of, away from the nearest grocery store.
Mhm.
You think you're living in, it's beautiful. You have 8 acres. Nobody's going to bother you. You're not too far out. You're just far enough. And it's lovely. And then 2 years later, they decide to put the county trash dump
Oh
down the
no,
road.
that would
Does that
affect the
change the
value.
value?
Absolutely.
Or maybe you bought this land and now 5 years later, they've decided to put in a highway. And now your backyard, which was peaceful and quiet, is
It's
going
not
to back
noisy.
up to this 6-lane highway.
Oh man, I'd be so mad.
There you go. So does that make more sense with government activities?
Hmm.
And so I'm going to put here the garbage dump, if I could spell right, garbage dump and highway.
Hmm. And then for an example of physical force, that would be like,
I'll give you this example. Do you know what oh, I can't think of the word.
I know it has something to do with like climate or if there's,
Well, it's the physical forces of like Mother Nature. So let's
yeah.
say you live sinkhole. Do you know what a sinkhole is?
Hmm.
Do you remember? I think this was like 6 or 7 years ago now. In Florida, there was a man who was sleeping peacefully in his bed, and the next thing he knew, his house was in a sinkhole.
Hmm. I do
And then
remember that.
over time, and unfortunately, the man died. Brother tried to save him, but he died. But over time, the houses next to him started to fall in two because the sinkhole got bigger and bigger. If you're 3 houses down, what did that just do to the value of your property?
Tank it.
So that's an example of a physical force that could affect. So I'm just going to put sinkhole as an example. Okay. So we know that these things can um,
Affect.
influence value.
Hmm.
But there's also your economic principles of value. Now, I'm just going to say, because we're trying to put these together, these are things that we can say, whether we're looking at houses, whether we're looking at the economy, these
Hmm.
are things that tend to go this way. This is what tends to be true when we're talking about value. Is it
Okay.
100% true? No, not all the time. But this is how people tend or values tend to react or thoughts like that. So I always like to make sure people know these principles are good. It's a good starting point, but you can't assume every time it's going to work this way. So,
Okay.
what is the principle of supply and demand?
So when the demand is higher, wait, no, let me think about this. When supply is high, hold on, I'm
Okay,
confusing
what if
myself.
we
Wait
say
a
if
second.
demand is high and supply is
Is
low,
the price of the property is going to go up.
right? And then if demand is low,
And the supply is high, then your value is down.
very good. What is the idea of anticipation?
That it means that you're hoping that you'll have a lot of value in the future because there's benefits or you see growth in the future,
Yeah,
something to that effect.
in order for something to have value, it's got to have some type of future anticipated value as well.
Hmm.
Okay. What is the idea of substitution, which is one of the big, huge ones here?
Let me write this down.
Okay, you're good.
Sorry. Substitution. So that's
I'm going to give you a
when
clue. It's the
when you
basis of appraisals.
substitute. Yeah, when you're doing it, not comparing, but like I know what I'm trying to say.
Want me to try or you want to try?
I want to try. Give me a second. So it's the, I think it's the minimum value of the property, cost of the property to,
I think you're going down the wrong track. Let me help you. It's the idea that if two very, very similar, basically identical items are priced differently,
Mhm.
that people tend to buy the lower priced item.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I was trying to get there, but it wasn't coming out the way I was trying to.
That's okay.
But I like how you explained it. So you said similar property, similar cost? No, similar
Similar
property with
properties
varying
priced
price.
differently. People tend to purchase the lower price.
Okay.
What's the idea or the value of conformity?
That's when properties in the neighborhood are basically very similar, so their price is going to be similar.
I'm going to say values are better when the properties are similar.
Mm-hmm.
What is progression? And we'll tie up together with regression.
Um, I think progression is the one that if you have a low value house, but it's surrounded by high valued house, then the value of the valued property is going to benefit from that.
Very good.
And then regression is the opposite, where you have a high valued property, they tend to suffer because they're next to properties that have lower value.
I'm going to say high value properties surrounded by low value brings down the value of the high property. Okay. What's the idea of contribution?
Something was added to the property, so it made the market value go up.
Yes, and I'm going to add to it. You can add to value and additions are I don't know what's what I'm looking for. They're relative to what you've added to. I'm gonna say are
Okay.
relative to I'm just gonna say to what you added to. So that's not a really well worded one, but think of it this way. And I am not shading. Okay, let's say you could have the world's nicest rims.
Mm-hmm.
If you add the world's nicest rims to the 1974 Ford Escort,
Mm-hmm.
it's you could have added those rims to a 2023 or 2024 car, and it might have added $4,000 or $5,000 worth of value. You could add those same rims to like a Pinto, and you're not gonna get that much. Yeah, you can add value, but it's always relative to what you added it to.
Okay.
Yeah. What is the concept of competition?
The prices compete with the profits compete with the demand, maybe, or something to that
Well,
effect.
I'm gonna say success in a money way breeds competition. So
I like
think of, and I do this all the time, especially on Amazon. When somebody has a new product, it's the first one and it's really expensive. And when that first one does really well, what happens on Amazon?
all the other ones
You
follow.
get the copycats, right?
Mhm.
So I'm just going to put copycats. So when it's financially doing well, other people do it. It breeds competition. And I'll go ahead and answer change. The thing about change is the same thing about life and change. Everything
Yeah.
changes, even value. Something your great grandparents bought I guarantee it's not worth the same or would not be the same price today. Every
Not at
values
all.
change.
Yeah.
And what is the concept of highest and best use?
Um, so it's when a property is used or yeah, when the property is used for its maximum usability, if that's even a word,
Mm-hmm.
and at if it was a rental property, it nets the highest income possible.
So it's the maximum usability. I'm using it. That brings the most money. And is legal.
Yeah.
Like the highest and best use is the one that is legal. It's the now. So you
Okay.
can't say, oh, the value of this property is $14 million after Apple moves in. Nope. What's the highest and best use for the use that's legal right now that's currently happening?
Okay.
The highest and best use is the use that, I mean, when they do an appraisal, they can't give you what's happening in the future, but they could look and say, oh, this would be the best use because we could turn this into a dog park, but that's not the highest and best use, even if it's not a dog
Right.
park now. It's what's legal. It's what's feasible. It's what's going to bring in the most money, but it's also got to be legal.
Okay.
You can't be like, we could grow a lot of weed here. In my state, that's not legal. So that's not going to help.
Right.
All right. So let's talk about our appraisal methods.
Okay.
Tell me what you know about the market data or the sales comparison approach.
Um, so that's when they compare a property with another property that
Compare.
is similar,
Yep.
that is as similar as possible.
So what are some of the features you look for? What would make a good comp or a bad comp?
So you look for the similar square footage, bathrooms, bedrooms, yard sides, garages. Um,
I'm just going to say features. What would make something a bad comp?
if it didn't match in those areas.
It doesn't match if it's too distant
Yeah.
and both physical, like it's just too far away, and in time, if it was too far away in time.
Okay. Yeah.
Remember, if it's something like a short sale, or if it's not an arm's length transaction.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
We want to take something in the open market. If you had to sum up the cost approach, what would you say you do in the cost approach?
Um, so that's when, give me a second. You add, this is, I'm going to confuse myself. So it has something to do with the depreciation replacement cost.
Okay, so I'm gonna summarize because I see it in your head. I'm gonna summarize. You rebuild, and then you depreciate, and then you add in land value. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So first you're going to figure out how much to rebuild the property, like the improvement.
Mm-hmm.
Then you got to depreciate that improvement. And then you add in the land value, and that's how you get the value based off of the cost approach. And which type of properties would you use the cost approach for?
Um, like churches or schools, I think.
Yeah. Unique properties are no good comps. Like if I love dome homes, but if there haven't been any dome homes that have sold in the 6 months, we're not going to get good comps. We
Mhm.
can make adjustments for time, but those aren't as accurate as one would hope for something like that. Just how much would it cost to rebuild the dome home? That's what would be new. But the
Mhm.
dome home I want is 15 years old. We need to depreciate it because it's not a new home.
Makes sense.
So what's the difference between reproduction? When you rebuild, you got to choose. Are you reproducing or are you replacing? Reproduction or replacement? What's the
So
difference?
reproduction is the cost of replacing the same item or with improvements, I guess. And replacement is replacing it with modern.
Yeah, so this is going to be exact. An exact reproduction. So I like to think of the word like plaster. If you have an older antique home, those walls might be plaster. What you rebuild, you're going to have to price out the plaster.
Faster. Okay.
Versus replacement would be you can use your rebuilding with similar materials, same function. So I'm going to put drywall. When I say it that way, does that make sense?
Yes.
Cool. So in the cost approach, first you have to figure out how much it's going to cost to rebuild it. Are you doing an exact reproduction or are you rebuilding it with similar materials replacement?
Mhm.
Well, now that you know how you're doing it, so this is the how, we got to figure out the pricing.
Mhm.
So can you tell me the difference between square foot method, unit in place method, quantity survey method?
I think so. So square foot pricing is how much it's going to cost for, or like your estimate per square foot.
How accurate is it?
Um, okay, it's a square foot per cubic foot.
Well, no, I guess what
Yeah.
I'm asking, is it more accurate or less accurate than unit in
Oh,
place and quantity survey?
I would say more accurate.
Actually, opposite is less accurate.
Okay.
So I'm going to say it's the least accurate.
Least accurate.
Because if you have a 3,500 square foot home, they're going to say, oh, it's 149 a square foot. But we need to differentiate. Is some of that kitchen? Is some of
Mm,
that bathroom or some of it unfinished
gotcha.
basement? Like we have to know. So we're just giving you like a range. But if you
Gotcha.
decide to go in and put in the world's nicest kitchens and bathrooms, you're going to be way over your estimate.
That makes sense.
Okay. Then you've got the unit in place method. What do you know about that?
That's like your electrical and your HVAC system.
Yeah, we're pricing the units or the components of the house. How much is the electrical? How much is the plumbing? How much is the structure? How much is this? How much is that? So that you can build it together. And what's the quantity survey method?
Um, that's the cost for the construction and the labor and the items
Yeah, it's an
used.
exact breakdown.
Excuse
It's
me.
going to have materials, labor. It's going to include profit for the builder. It's going to say there's 1,792 nails. We needed 15 window switches or light switches. We need, 22 door knobs. It's broken down and it's exact.
Okay.
So first we rebuilt it. We either reproduced it or we replaced it. Then we had to price how much it would be to rebuild or to rebuild it. And now that we have this brand new structure, we need to depreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
So you have the breakdown depreciation, which I'm just going to say see below.
Right. I was going to say that's all the things below.
Yep. So tell me what you know or give me examples about physical deterioration, functional obsolescence, and economic obsolescence.
Okay. So physical is like natural wear and tear.
Yeah, it's going to be the physical condition. It could be natural wear and tear.
And there's something about curable.
There you go.
No, they're not curable.
Well, it can be curable or incurable.
Oh, okay.
So if you've got deterioration, think of it like a car. If you take your car to CarMax because you're selling it, you could have physical deterioration. If it's physical deterioration, like my car, and these has not been washed since before COVID, I'm like, well, they'd be like, Candace. But if I were to, it's curable. I can clean it up. I could wax it. I can make a lot nicer, right? You can get stains out of carpet or repair leather or whatever you need to do. That is curable. But you know how when somebody's in a car accident, the insurance company looks at it and sometimes they have to gauge whether it's better to fix it or we just need to total it.
Total it,
That if it's incurable, if it's totaled. Gotcha. Does that make sense?
Yes.
When they total it, they're like, yeah, we could fix it, but the cost to fix it outweighs the cost of what it's actually worth. That's when it's incurable physical deterioration. Okay. What do you know about functional obsolescence?
That's when the design of the property is no longer good, or it doesn't meet today's standards.
All right. And what do you know about economic obsolescence?
So I don't have an example of it, but it's when it's an external factor and like that's out of control, out of the owner's control. But I don't know. I can't think of an example to make that make sense, but yeah.
Well, they widen the road in front of your street. There's the garbage dump coming down, right? Okay. Something like that. So this is always incurable. But physical deterioration and functional
can be both.
Obsolescence can be either incurable or curable. Whew. Now, doing that breakdown method is one way to depreciate. You also have the age straight line depreciation. How do you feel about that?
Let me see. I know that it has something to do with the age of the house, but as well as the effective age, I think it's called.
Well, I like to describe it as a flat loss per year.
Okay.
Because if something's worth $100,000, it could have an economic life of 100 years, which means you're losing $1,000 per year.
Okay. Yeah.
So the economic life is how good is it? Like how long is it good to somebody?
Gotcha.
I also, if you watched my video on YouTube about appraisals methods, I talk about it having a shelf life. So when I think of economic life, and I give the same example in the video, let's say that you know what? So the other day I went to sushi and it was still warm. And then I had some other errands to run, and I didn't realize it was going to be like 83 degrees. And I put that sushi in my car. And I was gone for like an hour.
That sushi's no longer good.
That sushi is no longer good. That sushi's shelf life has ended.
That sushi died twice.
Right. So the economic life, when an appraiser looks at a building, they're saying, hey, how long is this structure going to be good for people? And it's an appraiser thing. We will never have to do this as real estate agents. Is it 90 years? Is it 120 years? Is it 60 years? I don't know. But it's how long it's useful. So if you have a house that's worth $450,000, brand new, the appraiser would say, oh, this thing is good for 80 years. So that means over 80 years, you're going to lose an equal amount of money so that by the time you get to the 80th year, there is no more value. So just to do that math, since I did it, if I said, and I'll write it down, my pen, if its value is 450,000 and its economic life is 80 years, then that means, and I'll make it a little smaller, you're going to lose, and I'm just going to take 450,000 and divide it by 80. That's going to mean you're going to lose $5,625 per year. How does that feel?
Good, but sad.
So what an appraiser then does is they either have to give you the chronological age, and this is the effective age.
That's the chronicle. I know that one. Chronological age is how long or the number of years that's the house has been erect or alive for, however you want
the actual age.
Yeah.
And the effective age is
based on the property's current condition.
Yeah. And you're always going to go with the effective age. If you're given both, go with the effective age. Because let's say you have a house. You have two houses next door to each other. They were both built 15 years ago and basically in a neighborhood and basically the same. One house was moved into by a woman who was single, no pets, no kids, no friends, no family. She was basically a hermit, but she was also a minimalist and very much important. Didn't like dirt and germs. That house is going to be immaculate. Versus a family that moves in with 6 kids, 5 dogs, 4 cats, and 2 sets of grandparents and some cousins.
The house is going to be well loved.
It is well loved. It is well loved. So it might only be the well loved house might feel it's 15 years old, but it might feel 25.
Yeah.
Right. The well-loved house, the house with all the people, whereas the chronological age is 15 years. And the house with the woman who doesn't do anything, it might be a 15-year-old house, but it might only feel 5 years old.
Yeah.
So you're always going to go with the effective age if you're given both.
Okay.
Right. So we talked about the cost approach, which you use because you don't have good comps. What would be the direct income approach? What does that have to do with? When do you use it?
That's when the market value is based on the money that it's bringing in.
Yes. Okay. So if we're talking about direct income approach, we could be talking about NOI. What is NOI, I guess?
I know it stands for net operating income.
Want me to go over?
I believe it's before taxes.
Yes, it's before taxes. So think of it this way. Your net operating income is, we know the saying, it takes money to make money. It's the money that you have after you pay expenses, before taxes and before mortgages.
Gotcha.
So you have the potential, if you have 4 units and they rent for $1,000 a month, you're making $4,000 a month.
Okay.
Well, 4 times 12 is 48,000. You'd be making $48,000 a year. But now we got to talk about maintenance and insurance and taxes and vacancies. Once you take that amount out, it might mean that you're only making $12,000 a year. That would be your net operating income. Once you take out, you know what you could make if every single unit was rented every single day and nobody had any late payments or charges or anything like that. You have that potential to make 48. But once you take out your vacancies and you take out your operating expenses, it leaves you with NOI.
Gotcha. Okay.
And a cap rate, I'm just going to do it as a capitalization rate. And it's a rate of how you're going to make money. But we need it because if you take your NOI and you divide by your cap rate, you're going to find value. And that is so very important.
Okay.
And that's for larger properties.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you have smaller properties. And I'm going to tell you this. Every state is different. GIM and GRM can be used interchangeably, but it's exactly what it says. It's a gross rent multiplier or it's a gross income multiplier. Mm-hmm. You take your gross rent, you multiply it by your multiplier, which is a number, and that gives you value. Versus a gross income multiplier times your multiplier equals value. In some states, they'll say rent is monthly and income is annual.
Annually.
But if your state, like when you were studying, you only ever saw one, most states tend to do it annual. Like if you have to choose one, what's used most often, then go with annual. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
And then the last word in this section is reconciliation.
And that's what the appraiser does when they compare.
You can't tell what that says. They're merging all the values from the three approaches together.
And yeah, okay.
But the key here is not averaging. All right, let's move on to contracts because so far we've done our finance, we've done our appraisal, and I think contracts is the other, and agency, of course. But when it comes to just vocab, I think these 3 chapters have the most just flat out vocab.
Mm-hmm.
So can you tell me the definition of a contract?
It's a agreement between multiple parties.
Okay, so it's at least 2 parties.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else?
It needs to be legal.
It needs to be legal. Anything else?
I think that's the simplest I could get it.
Okay, no, I love it. It is going to be an agreement between 2 parties, and everything they do needs to be legal. Now, we're going to go a little further into the essential elements of a contract, but yeah, you understand that there's got to be legal and it's got to have 2 parties. And I think what I would say is, and I didn't write it down, it's an agreement.
Oh, yes, agreement between 2 parties.
It's an agreement for people to do or not do or whatever it is. All right, what's consideration?
That's when there's something of value exchanged between the parties to make the contract.
Right. It's a thing of value that is exchanged. And I love that you said it's the thing of value because we know it's often money, but it's not always money.
Yeah.
All right. What do you have on this express contract versus an implied contract?
I don't remember what express contract is, but implied contract is created by your actions or like
Can you give me an example?
um so it's like if since you're doing real estate, it's like if I meet up with a person and then I start showing them houses, you kind of have that.
Possibly, because some states, and I'll be careful, and I don't know about your state, but some states don't allow agency to be created that way. So that
Yeah.
could be implied agency, but I don't want to, because some states don't do it. But I'll give you
Right.
a better, like, it's not real estate, but a great example.
Okay.
Every time you go to a restaurant, you enter
Hmm.
into an implied contract. Because
Okay.
if you go and you sit and you have a great big, you and your husband have a great big steak meal,
Hmm.
right? At what point, let's say you run up a $200 tab, at
Hmm.
what point did you actually tell them you were going to pay for the food?
You didn't. It's just implied that you're going to pay
It
for
is
it.
implied and it created a contract because if you dine and dash on that $200 tab, can they arrest you?
Yes.
Implied contract. So let's think about express. What does express mean in other places in this course?
Um, that it happens. What's the word I want to do? Like fluidly or rapidly, or
Well, that is the meaning of express. Like something could be express and it could be rapid, but an express. Okay, I don't know if you were young, but my mom would say this because I was a terrible kid, and I would. In fact, I remember getting in trouble. She said, "Put your clean clothes away,"
mhm.
and I did, and but I put them under the bed. I put them away. And she was like, I expressly told you to put them away. And I was like, I did put them away. She expressly told me to put them away. It was implied she meant in the drawers in my
Drawers.
closet. To
Hmm.
expressly do something is to actually, in words, whether they're stated or in
Picture.
writing, to
Okay.
spell it out.
Okay.
So that is an express contract. So when you create an agency agreement, you're expressly saying you're going to be the client. I'm going to be my
Um,
firm, or my broker going to be your agent. It's express.
rest. Okay.
Implied is just from your actions. So it's hard to explain express contract because you use the word express to explain it, but it's
Yeah.
it's expressly stated. It is stated or in words. I'm going to say specific words between the two parties. All right. So I want to make sure that's clear.
That is. That was a
Yay.
good example. So thank you.
You're welcome. Do you know the difference between executory and executed?
Yes. So I can't pronounce it correctly. Executory.
I
That's
just
when
assume executory is right. It could be executory. I don't know.
I don't know. Either way, that's when your contract is still being it's still in process and executed is when it's been completely performed or completed.
Exactly. So executory, executory is when it's still, and it's a contract
Yes.
still being completed.
Yeah. Still in progress.
And executed
It's fully
is fully
performed or
completed. Mhm.
completed.
One thing I will say is different than the contracts.
Mhm.
Contracts are different than everything else we've done so far because I think these are easier, short definitions. It's I feel like everything in appraisal and
Yeah,
finance
there's so
is a
much.
concept, and
Yeah.
there's just so much. And these are concepts, but they're concepts you can actually put into words.
Hmm.
Like succinct. What do you have on bilateral versus unilateral?
So bilateral is when the both parties are obligated to
Hmm.
perform or to complete something or task, while unilateral contract is the opposite. And there's, I think of it as like a one-way contract because one one party has to complete something.
Right? Yeah, I love it. So I usually say it like this. I say both parties are asked to complete something, or both parties make promises.
Okay.
You
I
get what
like
I'm
that.
saying there?
Yeah. I'm gonna
It's
write
just,
that down.
yeah, both parties are making promises. I promise to do X, and at the same time, you're promising to do Y. I'm promising to buy your house and get my loan and get my inspections done. And you're promising to make sure the title is good and to give me title. Once I fulfill my promise of giving you money, you promise to give me your deed so that I can have title. We've
Yeah.
both made promises.
Mhm.
And a unilateral contract, you're exactly right. One party
I think
makes
of
a
the
promise.
game Uno. I don't know why.
Okay, tell me about it.
Well, just because the word unilateral, like I think of like the beginning of it reminds me of Uno. So like there's gonna be one winner.
Yes. Okay, so
So
it's
it's
you
like
need the one. Yeah, okay. All right.
yeah. So that's kind of how I remembered that. It's very off
No,
kilter.
you were thinking Uno. I mean, Uno does mean one, so like
Yeah.
one. So like a unicycle.
Mm-hmm.
So there, I usually think of when I think about the difference, I think of a, a reward,
Mm-hmm.
because if I've lost my cat, one of my precious cats is gone,
Mm-hmm.
I make a promise to pay. I'm promising to pay, but who am I promising to pay? You're not promising to find my cat. If you find my cat, then this promise kicks in. So it's a
Yeah.
if and then situation,
Gotcha.
right?
Yeah.
I'm going to put if and then, because I promised to pay a reward, but you didn't promise to find my cat.
Yeah.
If you do find my cat, then my promise kicks in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What do you have? And I know there are three different words, but they kind of go together. Can you tell me what you know about valid contracts, voidable contracts, and void contracts?
For valid contract, I think of your example of LL Cool J. So it's
Yes.
mutual agreement. C is consideration. L is legal capacity, and the other L is law
What did you say C was?
consideration.
Yep. Just making sure. Mm-hmm.
The first L or one of the L's is legal capacity, and then the last one is lawful
Oh, yeah. Objective.
objective.
Yeah. There you go. Lawful objective. Great. A valid contract is one that meets all of those requirements.
Hmm.
Love it. What
And
is,
then
go ahead.
voidable, that means that it can either be it's avoidable if it's performed or enforced or voided. I think like it has those.
Well, I think you're maybe overthinking it a bit.
Okay,
Voidable means it's able, the word says it's able to
able to
be
be void.
voided. So that means there's something about it where if a judge puts their hands on it, they're going to be able to say, nope, this contract isn't a real thing.
Gotcha.
Right. So I saw your brain spinning there, but not even but, and you don't have to spend that hard one on that,
Okay.
hard on that one. It's something about it where the judge would say, okay, nope, I'm going to void this contract. This is actually not a contract. So the
Okay.
contract can be made void.
Okay.
And I'll give you an example. Let's say I want to buy your house.
Uh-huh.
You don't want to sell it. So I hold a gun to your head and you sign it.
Yeah.
And then let's say for whatever reason, that contract ends up in front of a judge. Just looking at the contract, would the judge be able to see that I held a gun to your head?
No.
So it's a valid contract.
Mm-hmm.
But if the judge finds out and you can prove that I put a gun to your head, now we didn't really have mutual agreement. It wasn't valid. We didn't have a true meeting of the minds. And now that you don't have that point, it would be a contract that could be made void.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
It is voidable.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the parties can void it because there's something, wrong with it,
Wrong.
what you say, okay, we actually don't have a valid contract. It looks valid. It is valid, right? It is valid. But there's something about it that there's a reason why one of the parties could void it. So in a lot of states, they use the example of somebody under 18 signing a lease.
Mm-hmm.
If you were 14 and I made you sign a lease, it would be valid and could be enforceable against me, but it wouldn't be enforceable against you. It's voidable on your part. Does that help?
Yes.
All right.
And then void is the opposite, where it's just completely illegal.
Yeah. Opposite of valid. And it doesn't have to be illegal always. It could just be two minors signing a contract. It was never a contract. It's just not a contract.
Yeah.
It's not enforceable. It's nothing. It's just nope. Yay. So you hit this up already when I asked you what the valid contract was. But when you say mutual agreement, what does that mean?
That the parties come together in agreement to the requirements of the contract.
All right. I love that answer. We already answered what consideration is, the thing of value.
Mm-hmm.
Lawful objective means what?
It's legally sound.
Mm-hmm. And by legally sound, we just know you can't have a contract to do something illegal. So I always use the example, no matter how much you want, you cannot hire and have a valid contract to have somebody murder your spouse or ex. It's just illegal. Satisfying, maybe. Illegal, no. I can never murder somebody because I always talk about murdering my ex in classes. If something happens to my ex, I'm the first person they're going to look at. They'll be like, Candace, where were you the night of? Like, it wasn't me. I've said it in class too many times. I can't murder nobody. All right, then you've got legal capacity. What did that mean?
You have to be of legal age and in your right mind.
Mm-hmm. Legal age. And I'm going to call it sound mind or right mind. So you can't be drunk. I mean, if you're drunk or incapacitated, like you took drugs or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Statute of frauds. I know that you have been studying this. What does the statute of frauds say?
It's basically the laws that pertain to making a contract. Or no, how do I want to put this? They basically cover the laws that the governing for contracts. I don't know how you put that in English terms, but
yes, there's one specific one though. It has to do with something. There's some term I'm looking for. So the statute of frauds, I'm going to kind of give you a larger concept. It says if a contract wants to be enforceable, it needs to be blank. For a contract.
Binding, legally binding?
No, for a contract to be enforceable, it must be, and there's the blank. Okay. In writing.
Oh, yeah. I did know that.
I know. It's one of those things where you know so much. You're like, oh, yeah, but I did. Yeah, it has to be in writing. So we know specifically, because it's not all contracts, but if it's a transfer of interest in real estate, a transfer of interest in real estate. So I tell people there's this classic, my commission where I am, we used to have our commission write our end of class exams. And they had a question that was something like, why do agency contracts have to be in writing? And people would jump to statute of frauds. But it wasn't because of the statute of frauds, because agency contracts are not a transfer of interest and of real estate.
Yeah.
Agency contracts have to be in writing in my state because the commission says so. But people see the statute of frauds and they think in writing. No, it's yes, that's what it is, but it's transfers of interest in real estate. And we know it's usually leases over a year.
Yeah.
Deeds have to be in writing. If you're creating an easement and want to make it legal, that has to be in writing. So it's a transfer of interest in real estate, not all contracts. So you said it earlier. You remember when I say MCLL, you know, MC, because he's a rapper, LL Cool J.
Yeah.
There's no I there. I is not there because not all contracts have to be in writing. If there was an I there, it would be I heart MCLL because
yeah.
letter. Does that kind of clear that up?
It does.
And I know
Thank
you knew it. You just had to be reminded.
Yeah. Oh
So
boy.
this failure of contract validity, and it sounds so formal, and I think it's a term that I use. It's a legal term. So I'm going to explain to you what it means.
Okay.
And then I just want to make sure you know what the word goes to. And so actually, when we did this, you said that we had mutual agreement. Right? Well, you have to have mutual agreement for it to be valid. But if you got under contract and there was, let's say, duress, and I start with duress because that's the forcing, right? That's a threat. Because you were threatened and forced to sign the contract, it's not valid. You don't have contract validity because you have a failure to have mutual agreement. You see what I'm saying there? So all of these are reasons why you would have failure to have a valid contract.
Gotcha.
Right? So do you know what it means when I say mutual mistake?
Both parties made a mistake?
Yes. And the best example is I literally sold a condo many, many, many moons ago where it had been condominiumized. And what I mean, and that's a fake Candace word, but it was apartments.
Okay.
So it was one legal description that was made into condos. So now you got 50 legal descriptions.
Okay.
And over the years, they had changed the mailing address. Oh, I want this to be apartment A, A14. Well, no, let's make this building 1 and apartment 11. Like, who knows? So the seller tried to sell a unit they actually didn't own. The street address didn't match up with the legal description. Oh, yeah, it was a hot mess. But at that point, I mean, everybody stepped in to get it done right. But you see how you wouldn't have a valid contract. It was a mutual mistake. So both parties made a mistake. Misrepresentation. What does that mean?
False. You're making a false statement. Kind of like a lie?
Yeah, it's like a lie. And then you also have fraud. And I'll just say
they're the same, but I feel like fraud is more illegal. Like it's an illegal description or
I always say deception. Fraud is the bigger form of misrepresentation. And what is undue influence?
You got me, Candace. I don't know.
Well, and look, here's the thing. I did a national review with you. And so some states study undue influence, some states don't. But undue influence is when somebody is taking their position in your life and they're using it to their advantage. So it's all about, actually, I'm going to say somebody takes advantage of their role in a person's life. So I'm going to give you an example. Let's say you are, so let's say I'm sick, and I'm in the hospital bed and looks like, now let's just say at the end of this, I make a full miraculous recovery, but I'm sick and I'm in the bed and I'm, looks like it's going to be my last 5 minutes. And so maybe I have an unscrupulous religious figure in my life. And this person comes in and they say, Candace, I know this sounds weird, but our God has told me to tell you, you should sign all of your money and all of your legal and, real estate holdings over to me right now, not the church, but me, because this is how you can bring your healing on. This person would be using their power in my life, their position, to get me to do something that I normally wouldn't do. It could have been a sibling or family member or somebody like that. Now, I'm not an attorney, but I've been told by attorneys, this is really hard to prove. But I also understand the concept of, hey, sometimes you do something. Like if your attorney was like, hey, not that they lied to you, but they convinced you because they're your attorney, you believe them. And so you do it. It's undue influence because that person has the power to influence you because of their position in your life.
Yeah.
But also important, do you see how all of these would lead to failure of contract validity?
Yes.
You didn't go in under full mutual agreement.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So we know what makes a contract. Let's talk about what terminates a contract. So when I say full performance terminates a contract, what does that mean?
That the contract was completed, like everybody fulfilled their duties.
Yep. Everyone fulfilled. That is just a terrible spelling of fulfilled. We'll just do completed. There should be spell check in my little Apple Pencil. So yes, everybody did what they're supposed to do. The buyer bought, the seller sold. We are no longer under contract. And that, I want to remind you, applies to agency contracts. If I agree to be your buyer's agent or you agree to be my buyer's agent, once I buy the house, our agency agreement is over.
True.
Okay, agreement of the parties. What would that mean when we talk about termination of contract?
Both parties agreed that they want to terminate or end the contract.
Yeah, both parties agree not to be under contract anymore. Now, something they love to test on is the fact, if I'm agreeing to buy your house and you're agreeing to sell your house and we've signed everything and we're under contract, and then I just say, I don't want to buy, and you say, well, guess great, I don't want to sell. That doesn't necessarily mean that we don't owe our agents some commission. All right. Any clue about accord and satisfaction?
That's when both parties agree to an alternate solution.
Yes, I love that. An alternate solution or ending. So I like to give that as an example of, think of promissory note. So if I signed a promissory note with you and that said I owed you $10,000, full performance would be me giving you all $10,000. But we could be in accordance that maybe me giving you $6,000 satisfies what you want from me. That would be accord and satisfaction. So it's like a step down from full performance.
Okay.
What do you have on novation?
It's when the parties agree to a new contract.
Yep. We're going to be replacing an old contract with a new contract. And that could even mean replacing the people.
I don't understand why they don't just call that substitution. Why you gotta throw in a whole nother word?
Well, because substitution is usually going to be people replaced in this. It's not just you. It can be people replaced in a contract. Novation is a complete new contract. Gotcha. It can be a complete new contract. So I think those lines are blurred. And I know some attorney somewhere is listening to this going, Candace, you're not exactly right. But on an overall level, I also know I'm right because I talked to some attorneys. So novation to me seems, because different states seem to talk about it a little bit differently. I think the novation contract for contract. And then I think this is where you get a law degree. Like if you replace both people, is it a new contract or is it the same contract? So that's above our pay grade.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense though.
What do I mean when I say breach?
Somebody failed to do their part. So
Mhm.
it prompted the contract to terminate.
And what I remind people is not all breaches terminate all contracts. Just
Yeah,
because I missed one little thing does not mean a judge will be like, throw the baby away with the bathwater. Call an attorney. But some breaches are material enough that if you breach, it terminates the contract. Impossibility of performance. What's that mean?
that's when somebody has to terminate their role in the contract because of unforeseen circumstances.
Yeah, it's
Something to that effect.
impossible to perform.
Yeah.
Can you give me an example?
In some cases, when somebody dies, it could turn. Well, no, that's agents.
Yeah,
That's
that would
death.
be agency. A death will of the client will terminate an agency contract. What if we
Yeah,
went real simple with you agree to sell me your house and it gets destroyed in a storm?
yeah,
It's impossible for us to complete this,
yeah.
right? And then operation of law.
That's when the contract can't be performed because it goes against the laws or it's illegal. Or conflicts maybe is the word I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Laws.
Something in the law makes it not able to be performed. So I always think of in thinking of houses, let's say you agree to sell me your house, and then you decide while we're under contract, while it's executory, that you are going to file for bankruptcy.
Mhm.
The laws are going to be like, oh no, okay, all these promises and things like that you have in the works that's money. We got the bankruptcy court is in charge of this now.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So when somebody doesn't do, we know a contract is when two people promise to do something,
Mhm.
right? At least two people. When somebody doesn't do something, they're in breach. And when they're in breach and you want to force them to do something or you're not happy, then you take them to a judge and you sue them, i.e., you tattletale. But
Yeah.
when you tattletale, the whole point is that you want the judge to make it better.
Mhm.
You're looking for contract remedies. And that's what this section is. So, what
Okay.
can you tell me about rescission?
Um, so this is where the lender can demand full payment? No. Repayment? No.
Well, this is a word that sounds like it would be in finance, but it's not. So, rescission is taking the contracts back to their respective places as if there was no contract, like
Okay.
before the contract. So, it's almost as if the contract never existed.
Gotcha.
So, I'm going to put here take parties back to original, I'm going to call it status, as if there was no contract.
Okay.
Now, there is a way to think of this I think will make more sense. Do you know the difference between annulling a marriage and getting a divorce?
Annulment means that it never happened.
And divorce, you would still have to say you're divorced in the future, right?
Yeah.
Congratulations. Rescission is the annulment of contracts.
Gotcha. Okay.
Because if you annul the marriage, I always think of Britney Spears. She annulled that marriage she had for like 12 hours in Las Vegas. And it was
Right.
as if she was never married. That's rescission. You're taking those parties back. Hey, you
Okay.
started with 5 sheep and a lamb. Now you're going to have your 5 sheep and a lamb back. It's like as if the contract never existed.
Gotcha.
So I'm going to put that just so you remember. I'm going to say
Annulment.
annulment. And I don't know if annulment has 2 ends. I feel like it doesn't.
That's
But
how I spell it, but I don't know. I'm not the
I don't know.
world's
Well, like we
greatest.
are not here for a spelling test. Nobody ever asked me how to spell stuff in real estate. It's okay. Now you've got specific performance. What do you know about specific performance?
That's when I don't know if it's forced, but that's when the performance of one person is obligated in the agreement to the contract or to
Well,
the letter of the
you're
contract.
close because remember, we're talking about contract remedies. So somebody has gone to a judge to tattle.
So then the judge forces them to complete their.
Yes, it forces the judge to do whatever specific promise they promised to do. So, yeah, come on, Candace, pull it together. The judge forces a party to complete their specific promise. So if you agreed to sell me your house and then you're like, oh, change my mind, I could go and cry to a judge and tattle, sue you. And the judge could say, hey, you know what, Andrea? You have to perform the specific activity you said you're going to do. You have to sell Candace that address at that price the way you promised to in the contract.
Gotcha.
All right. What's an injunction?
That's when it's a court order for the person to stop, maybe like to not uphold their end of the bargain
Yeah.
or the
So usually
promise.
we think of injunctions as somebody stopping you to do something, but they're forcing you to do what, some action, whether it's stopping, starting, something like that. It's a court order. They're stopping what's going on. Now, we know in America, if none of those other things are going to work, what'll make you sleep at night is money.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the definition of money damages. When you go and tattle and you're like, I need some money to make this better, those are money damages. And we actually have different types of money damages.
Mm-hmm.
Do these look familiar to you?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I describe them? We'll see.
So I'm going to put money damages are monies awarded or given by the judge because of the breach or because of the failure. All right. What do you have on compensatory?
So that's when you get compensated for like harm
Now,
or
compensated for a loss or harm.
mhm.
Liquidated.
That's when give me a second. You get I believe it's agreed upon in the country. So like, but you get to keep it. So like, kind of like the earnest money, you keep that.
Yes. It's when the parties agree in the contract. What does somebody get if the other breaches or it doesn't do what they're supposed to do?
Yeah, I like that.
So you said earnest money, and that's exactly right. It's pre-decided in the contract. Hey, if you don't do what you say you're going to do, hey, buyer, you flake out and you don't buy the house the way you're supposed to buy it 2 days before closing, well, then you're in breach and I get
To
X
keep your
amount of money, your earnest money.
mhm.
Right? Any clue to what punitive?
So I want to say it's similar to compensatory
Mhm.
because it's a punishment.
Yeah.
I don't have an example, but I just think of punitive like the punitive is the beginning of punishment. So
That's
that's
exactly how I think of it. I always think of the movie. Did you ever see Aaron Brockovich?
a long time ago.
So if you remember in the end, Aaron Brockovich goes to the first woman, the woman that kind of started it all. She had the daughters that were really
Hmm.
sick and husband sick and she's sick. And when Aaron Brockovich talks to her, she's like, okay, yes, the companies have to pay your medical bills. That would be compensatory. And there's going to be punitive damages because they knew they were wrong and there was extra money to punish them so they wouldn't do it again.
Gotcha.
And what about nominal?
That's when the court decides that somebody did wrong, but there's no financial reward or
Yeah, it's a nominal. It's like if you pay nominal, it's very small. It's almost like a name only. Like for jaywalking, you might pay a nominal.
gotcha.
Okay, it's just a small or very
Well,
inconsequential. Now, whether I can spell that word,
I know I can't, so good luck.
inconsequential. Sure, we're gonna go with that. Or my handwriting's so bad you can't tell what it says anyway. I don't know. Inconsequential,
Too funny.
but it's inconsequential. So yes, there is a fine or something that needs to be paid, but it's small. It's a nominal.
Yeah.
All right. So we've talked about what terminated a contract. And you and I both know there's going to be some question on your exam about if an offer has been terminated. So let's talk about what will terminate an offer. What does it mean to withdraw an offer?
That they take it back.
That's exactly what I was going to say. And we know with offers, you can take it back anytime prior to notification of acceptance.
Yes.
I'm going to put a big star there. Prior to notification of acceptance. All right. Insanity.
That's when a person is deemed incapable of making contract. It goes against the MCLO.
Yep. They're declared incapable of making decisions. Why can I not spell decisions this morning? Making decisions. There we go. Lapse of time.
It ran over. So like let's say you have a contract for 30 days, but it's now day 45. The contract is no longer valid or the offer is no longer valid.
Yeah, now it's a lot longer than 15 days, but it's too much time has passed.
Yeah.
Death of either party. Well, I don't think I need to explain that. I think that's exactly what it is. What is a counteroffer?
That's when, so it's when you say, okay, I don't like this contract, but I'll give you I propose this thing instead.
So it is a rejection
of the first one.
Yep.
And a new offer has been presented.
Acceptance.
That's when the offer is agreed upon by both parties and signed and notified, or notice has been given.
So I'm going to say the parties agree, they sign, and they give notice of the final signatures.
Yeah.
Rejection is
denying or not accepting the offer. They're like, no, thank you. Move along. You are the weakest link.
Goodbye. And then you've got destruction of the property.
That's when the damage happens and the property is no longer available for purchase.
Just too much damage. All right, here's some words that I know people get mixed up. Let's see how you do.
Okay.
You got addenda or an addendum. So addendum would be singular. Addenda is plural. Addendum, amendment, and then contingencies.
Okay. So addenda is a different document that was added to the original contract. the amendment is the original contract, but there's a change that has been made, so you have to align it and
Yes.
initial it. And then contingency is, I think of it as a grace period because they say like if this doesn't happen, then I can pull out. Or
Yeah. So I say for contingency, it's an exit clause in the contract. If
yeah,
this doesn't happen, then this. It's a get
yeah.
out of jail for free card. If this doesn't happen, then this. Make sense?
Hmm.
And I love how you explained addenda and amendment. An addenda is when they've added to the original offer, to the original contract. They added extra stuff. So from the beginning, when we made it our agreement, it was there. An amendment is when we change it after we're under contract.
Right.
I love it. What do you
Okay.
know about an installment land contract?
Um, okay. Let's think about this.
Also known as just a land contract.
Okay. So this is where a legal title to the property or to the land is given to the
Yes,
buyer,
but it's about when.
a specific period in time, I think, or over a period of time.
I'm going to write it out. The legal title is given to the buyer after the purchaser pays what is owed in installments. So let's talk about the difference. In a normal, and I use the quote normal, quote unquote normal transaction, if I'm the buyer, you're the seller, you're selling your house for $450,000. Aren't I bringing you the $450,000 on a day? And that same day, you're handing over the title to me. So it all happened at once.
Yes.
I think of an installment land contract like paying for layaway,
Okay.
right?
So you
Like
do a little bit
lay,
at a time, and then
you
at the
do a
end of
little
it,
bit at a time. Or installment, you pay like credit cards, like you pay in installments, right? You're paying it
okay.
off, you're paying it off, you're paying it off. But just like, or sometimes I think of rent to own.
Okay.
And I'm going to put that there in quotes, rent to own. Because if you have ever known anything about rent to own, you know
I
there's
do.
this idea that you have it in your house, you're using it, maybe you rent to own a TV or a couch, but it's not yours until you
You pay it off.
pay it off. And what happens if you don't pay it off?
You have to give it back.
That's right. And so when you pay in installments, when you finish paying it, the buyer gets title. But if the buyer defaults, it's basically expensive renting. You don't get any of that equity.
Which then goes into equitable, the next word, title,
Well,
which is the
equitable
legal
title is the right to
to claim
claim
it.
title later.
Mm, okay.
So, when you have equitable title, it's if you're my seller and I'm making payments to you, I have the right to claim that title later after I finish paying it off to you. You have legal title, the deed is still in your name, but I'm going to get equitable title.
Gotcha.
All right. Well, similar to an installment land contract is an option or option contract or option to purchase. How would you explain that?
So option to purchase is when you have a contract that says that after a particular time in history, you can purchase
Yeah.
the property.
During a time the buyer can buy.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the ways they talk about it on the test is the I just lost my head. What do they call it? They call it the right to the it's not a right to buy. It's gonna pop in my head a little bit later, but they call
Okay.
it it's called keeping the offer open.
Oh, yes.
You've heard them say that in test questions before, right?
Mm-hmm.
An
Mm-hmm.
option is where the seller is forced to keep the offer open. So if you gave me an option, so the grantor is the
Is the
optionor,
seller.
and it's the seller because they're giving, not selling, but seller, and the optionee,
Is the buyer.
yep, it's the buyer, because you're giving to me the right to buy at any time.
Mm-hmm.
That offer is on the table and we can move forward
Mm-hmm.
anytime during the option period, but there had to be money for it. We had
Right.
to agree what was going to be in it.
Mm-hmm.
And we had to then say, it's, what did I say? I said it had to be a time, the money is in it. And I feel like there was something else, but it just lost my head. I don't know.
The option, like, which I guess goes to the right of first opportunity, because if the buyer decides that they want to sell it today, they have to give it to.
Well,
Well, and when it comes to lease, though, at least.
Well, there's the right of first opportunity and the right of first refusal. So I know you are a visual learner. And even though, if you'll give me a second, I'm going to pull up a slide for you so that
Okay.
you can take a picture of it, because I really do think that right of first opportunity and right of first refusal are very similar.
Okay.
It's think of them as a step down from the option to purchase. And I'm going to
Okay.
write something here. I'm going to say here, the seller must sell. And in these, if the seller decides to sell,
Okay.
if the seller decides to sell. All right. And I'm going to show you this because I think just the visual of it will make so much sense to you. But if you give me an offer,
Mm-hmm.
and we sign it for 2 years, I'm sorry, if you give me an option and for 2 years, we have this option period, you don't get to change your mind.
Right.
If, a year later, you're like, you know what, this house is my dream house and I actually don't want to move. I don't care. Because I have an option, you must sell it to me.
Mm-hmm.
You absolutely, positively must sell it to me.
Right.
Right. However, in a right of first refusal or a right of first opportunity, if you decide to sell, then you're going to have to come to me first. So here you go. You're going to see this on your screen. Did I share it?
Yeah.
Perfect. So take a screenshot, because this screen, I know I can explain a lot of things, but these are so close. In the option to purchase, the owner must sell, and the price had to be predetermined. I think that's what I was trying to say earlier. The price has to be predetermined. Hey, Candace, you have the right to buy my house for $450,000 anytime within the next 2 years. And in order for me to have that ability, I had to pay you an option fee.
Right.
Well, in a right of first opportunity and a right of first refusal, there could be monies, but they're going to be considerably less. And this is me saying to you, hey, you know what, Andrea, if you decide to sell. So that's the first big thing I want to point out. In an option, you must sell.
Okay.
In a right of first opportunity or right of first refusal, if you decide to sell, well, in the first opportunity, there is a predetermined price.
Nice. Mm-hmm.
We've already said, hey, if you ever decide to sell, Andrea, you have to sell it to me, come to me, and then give me the opportunity to buy it at this price. versus the right of first refusal means if you ever decide to sell, or if somebody else comes to you and says, I want to buy, and you're thinking about doing it, you've got to give me at least the opportunity to match what that other person is going to do it, want to buy it for. So maybe I'm Target. And I'm like, well, I'm not sure I want it. Like if I knew I was 99% sure I wanted it, but maybe I'm not ready quite yet, I might tie it up with an option for 2 years, because during that time period, if I'm Target, you can't sell that property to anybody else. Even if we agreed for $1 million, I decided to buy your property for $1 million because you're out in the middle of nowhere, you got lots of land, and now Target wants to come. If Walmart comes with a $2 million offer, you can't take it during the option. You can't sell it to anybody. Gotcha. But me.
Yeah.
But in a right of first refusal, if Walmart comes to you and says, we'll pay $2 million for it, you have to at least give me the chance to match the $2 million.
$2 million. Okay.
Whereas in a right of first opportunity, we've already decided if you decide to sell, you're going to sell it to me for $1 million. If you decide to sell.
Okay.
Does that help?
It does.
Good. All right. Let's go back. Some things my slides have just already done and put into words that make it so much easier. All righty. So that was our contract stuff. How you feeling about that?
Good.
Good. 2 thumbs up. Well, then let's get to this bad boy of agency. Dun, dun, dun. Agency's good though. So fiduciary, what's that mean?
That's what a person that you trust gives you, or you give your clients, like the trust, confidence, confidentiality.
Yeah. Fiduciary is a fancy word for like a trust relationship. Yeah. What's a sub-agent?
I learned this from you. It's an agent of an agent.
There you go. An agent.
I will never forget that now.
Hey, that's what I love, because we know they didn't hire you. They hired your broker, and you're a agent of the broker. You're a sub-agent. So we know that, I'm assuming client and principal are the same.
Yes. The person is represented by the broker or the agent.
And what does that make the customer?
The person outside of the fiduciary relationship.
Gosh, it's so pretty. The person outside of the fiduciary. So, and I always like to make sure I think you got this. If you are a buyer's agent, then the buyer is your who? So if you are a buyer's agent, is the buyer your client or your customer?
My client.
And that makes the seller your
customer.
And if you're a seller's agent, the buyer is your
customer.
And the seller is your
client.
And that would be assuming an exclusive agency, not dual agency. Gotcha. All right. What do you know about our types of agency when we talk about universal, general, and special?
I may not be able to explain it, but I know universal is similar to a power of attorney. So they, I guess, would be able to perform as, or in all of the actions as the person, maybe, or
they get to make independent decisions over a large portion of client's life. Now, how is that different than general?
General is like your property manager. So they have a broad range of things,
Yeah.
but like it's in a particular area, maybe.
So some decisions can be made.
So it's like a step down.
Yeah. Some decisions can be made independently in one area.
Hmm. And then a step down for that is your special. I don't have an example, but it's when the person has the authority to make decisions for like one specific thing or like one specific
You said
duty.
you don't have a good example. You're going to become a real estate agent,
Oh,
a
yeah,
broker.
that's true. I guess so.
No, I promise you're a real estate agent. Do you get to make any independent decisions for your clients? Did you, well, I didn't think 450 was a good price. So I thought I'd
No.
put it on the market for this. I really like this offer that came in, and although you can't see it's the best offer, I'm going to go ahead and accept it for you. Do we get to do that as agents? No.
No.
So we don't, we're a real estate agent. We must follow express directions. And it's for one thing, like, hey, do this. It's, if you're a property manager, you get to do the leases, and maybe you're doing the operating budget, and maybe doing this and that. Like, there's a broad amount of decisions that you can make having to do with somebody's investment properties.
Gotcha.
But a real estate agent is specific to the buying and selling of this one house, and you don't get to make independent decisions. Everything needs to be decided by your client.
Gotcha.
And remember, those types of agency apply to all types of agents, not just real estate agents, but there's insurance agents or sports agents or anything like that. For a second there, my brain went blank. I was like, attorneys. Another type of special agent would be like the FBI or the CIA. They tell you to do something, you must do it. Okay. So how do we create agency? Now we've got that express and implied.
So express is stated in words or written.
Okay.
So orally or written. But some states don't do oral.
That's right.
My state is one of those. We don't do oral.
And if we're talking about real estate agency, yes. Okay.
Oh, see, pressing pause, but see, you did do it in this one. Remember in our conversation earlier, you were talking about the.
Oh, yes. Yes. In your state. So agency in your state. Yeah. We did do it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But not all the time, not in all the sections.
Yeah. That's okay. Then implied is by action of the parties.
Mm-hmm.
Ratification.
Ratification and estoppel are hard, and I don't even know.
Estoppel I know means like you stop it. Yeah, you can't engage it. And I only remember that because of the word stop is in the middle of the word. So like you can't change it. Like it has to.
So you can't. Estoppel is this idea, and then I know there's the doctrine of estoppels and things like this, but you can't say, oh, somebody is my agent, and then later be like, haha, just kidding. Like you can't just turn around and change what you're saying. Now that's very loose. And in most states, we already know in most states, when we talk about real estate agency, the only way it's going to be created is mostly going to be express. Some states, maybe somewhere allow implied that I'm not sure of, but great. But if we're talking about like somebody being your attorney, I can't say, oh, so-and-so is my attorney and then do all this stuff and then go back and change my mind. That's how I like to think of it, relating to the doctrine of estoppels.
Okay.
Versus ratification, I think of as the opposite. It's when so-and-so says, like, you'll say you're my attorney or my agent, and then we come back later and then I agree to it. Does that make sense? Yeah. So ratification is I like to say, the confirmation of something that was stated earlier.
Okay.
So ratification and estoppel, I both think of vocab words just because we're not going to use them in real estate. Yeah. If this was law school, we would go into much more detail and I'd probably find out that I'm like, okay, well, you're kind of right, Candace, but in this class, that'll get you to what you need. All right. Now, you know what? Let's talk about it. Agency in your state. Now, you are in Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
And as a Georgia real estate agent, I know, and I always explain agency as when you become a real estate agent, you are an actor because you don't know which role of agency you're going to be in. So, what types of agency do agents in Georgia have available to them?
As you mean like,
Well, let's say this. If I walk into your office,
mm-hmm.
what forms of representation could your office, your brokerage offer to me? Because I'll go this way. You know, you have exclusive agency. Your broker could be my exclusive agent
Mm-hmm.
versus there's a dual agency
Okay.
because we know not all firms offer dual agency. Do you get what I'm saying? What
Yeah.
else? What other options would we have available to us?
Um, is that where like the community association manager? Is this where we're talking about that?
No. So let me think about it this way. You have designated agents versus transaction or facilitator. So, exclusive agent. When I walk into your office,
Mm-hmm.
you don't know if you're going to be my buyer's agent or my seller's agent, or if you're going to be like, you don't know what role. But what it means is in the state of Georgia, your broker could possibly represent me as a buyer and nobody else in this transaction. You would be my exclusive agent, right? So that's something your firm could offer. Or it could turn out that I hire you and your firm to be and your broker to be my buyer's agent. But then I decide to, buy a house listed by somebody else in your firm, which means now you are representing me as the buyer and your firm is also representing the seller. So now the seller, your firm, is a dual agent. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So what's the
Yeah,
difference? Go ahead.
I was gonna say I have to go back and review this for
Well, then
Georgia.
I'm glad we're going over it because on a scale of 1 to 10, I'm so glad you know all the other things. But how important is this going to be for real life and on the test?
Probably important.
Yes. And that's okay. It's okay. We learn what we know and what we don't know. So what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying is we know that as a salesperson in Georgia, you work for a broker.
Yeah.
And that broker is either representing the seller or the buyer exclusively, or that broker is representing both the buyer and the seller in the same transaction. That is dual agency. And your state has rules about when dual agency has to be created and when does it have to be in writing and what the rules are. But if I asked you the difference as to what it means for me as the consumer to have you and your broker as my exclusive agent or as my dual agent, could you put into words what that means, or do you want me just to go ahead and explain it?
I think I could.
Okay, go for it.
So I think with the exclusive agent, that's where um, I am representing you as the client. But if there's dual agency, then it's split between, well, I don't know if it's exactly split between the buyer and the seller, but like there's not just one, you don't have all of my fiduciary duties.
Exactly. So I'm going to clarify that just a little bit. Like when you are my exclusive buyer's agent or my exclusive seller's agent, well, let's go with buyer's agent. You owe me all of the fiduciary duties: old car, obedience, loyalty, disclosure, confidentiality, accounting, and reasonable care skill, all those things. You owe it to me. So if I call that your team buyer. Everything you do, or anybody, it's not just you, it's you, your broker. You owe me old car. You owe me fiduciary. It's very clear. If you, as my exclusive agent, find out the seller was willing to take $20,000 less than asking, you have to tell that to me and you have to help me get the best price or the best deal or get to my end goal.
Mhm.
If you're the seller's agent, then you'd be doing that for me as the seller and helping me decide what to do, what to price for, blah, 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 all of those things. But in dual agency, now the broker has decided, hey, Candace, I'm going to be looking out for you and make sure I'm on team Candace, team buyer. And they would have said, hey, seller, I'm looking out for you. I'm team seller, which puts them in conflict.
Yeah.
So a dual agent, the broker is representing both the buyer and the seller. But because of that, it's like having kids. I mean, again, being the favorite, I know it's hard to understand, but supposedly parents aren't supposed to have favorites. So what you do for one, you have to do for the other, or you can't do one thing that's going to be at harming the other. So as my buyer's agent, if you're my dual agent and you tell me, hey, Candace, I think this seller has got this house overpriced. So I know you were willing to pay $450, but I think you could get away with $430, which is great for me. But how do you think the seller is going to feel when they find that out?
Yeah.
So you can't, and that is why a lot of times I'll say in dual agency, there is no skill and no advice given to either party. Why? Because if you give me advice and skill, like, hey, don't offer the full price, you've now harmed. You can't do anything that's going to help one side or hurt the other, which means this is why some states make it illegal. Some states like Florida, it is illegal to practice dual agency because you can't, like, how you're in conflict. It's not possible. Some states it's illegal. Some states it's legal. In Georgia, it is legal. But I know, even though I don't know specific Georgia law, that you're going to have to get permission from both parties to practice as a dual agent, which is, to me, now this is going to real life, I think that this is what people need to understand, especially if you're a seller. If I'm a seller, I would have signed a contract with your broker that said, hey, you're going to sell my $450,000 house. And in exchange for you doing that, I'll pay you let's say 7% commission. So I'll do the math. 450 times 7% is $31,500. For $31,500, you are my exclusive agent. And now it is your job and responsibility, and you have this fiduciary relationship with me to help me get the best, like get what I'm wanting as much as I can. You can't do illegal things. You can't like go out and take somebody out like a hitman. But your job is to help me get the best price. But if I choose dual agency for $31,500, you can no longer tell me, hey, Candace, I don't think this offer is good enough. You should probably ask for more. You know what? I think they're asking for this repair that you don't really need to do. You wouldn't be able to tell me any of that.
Yeah.
But I would still owe you $31,500.
Gotcha.
Because you can't give me your advice and skill. That makes sense. So we'll start with that. You feel good about that?
Yes.
So in your readings, did you discover or do you understand the difference between dual and designated agency?
I think so.
Go for it.
So it's where, hold on, let me think about this. The broker or the brokerage represents a designated party in the transaction, I think.
So you're close. So designated agency is a branch to me. It's a branch here. So you can't be in designated agency unless there's some level of dual agency. And we know dual agency means the broker is representing the buyer and the seller. And in usual dual agency, there's no secrets and no advice. But what the broker does is says, hey, you know what? I'm going to let Andrea, you represent the buyer. And make up somebody, Kim, you represent the seller.
Mm-hmm.
So even though the broker stays neutral, there's one agent that they designate that's going to help the buyer. So that would be you, Andrea. And then there's one person who's going to help the seller. We're made up this person, Kim. So where the broker can't tell me, oh, Candace, I think this offer is too high or too low, that price is too high or too low, or you should ask for this and that. You can. You get to act like my exclusive agent, even though your broker is a dual agent.
Yeah.
Okay.
That makes sense.
And so remember I said that sometimes dual agency is illegal in some states? What some states do is a form sort of like that, but it's called facilitation or transactional broker. And that is where it's what we do in the states that are considered dual agency, except they don't call it agency. Because how can you be my agent and you can't give me skill and advice?
Right. So it's like third party then?
They're third party. Yeah. They can't hurt or help anybody. What they're being paid to do is facilitate the transaction. They're just bringing the people together. They're not giving advice or skill.
Got it.
So this idea of advice and skill is what is important. An exclusive agency, you always get it.
Yes.
Both parties always get it. And dual agency, neither party ever gets it, never get it. And in designated agency, you got two agents who always give it. And then you got the one broker who never gives skill and advice. And then transaction or facilitation
is just for the transaction.
Yeah,
so no one gets it.
You like that split down? Okay, cool.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yay. So
we just went all through that.
You said what?
So we just went through this.
We just did. So the seller's agent versus the buyer's agent you get. Are you comfortable with listing agent versus selling agent?
I think so. So listing agent is not always the sell. They sometimes could be the same person. Sometimes it's two different people. So like the listing agent is the one that puts it out for people to see. And then the selling agent is the one that finds the buyer.
Exactly. This talks about who do you represent? This talks about what did you do? Like a seller's agent always represents the seller. A buyer's agent always represents the buyer. And dual agency is when you represent both the buyer and the seller. Listing agent versus selling agent talks about, well, what did you do? Did you list the house or did you find the buyer? And they're not always different people. Like you said, sometimes they can be the same person. Sometimes they could be different people, but both work for the seller. It just depends. So I said exclusive agency earlier, but we know exclusive agency is also called single agency. And we talked about dual agency, designated agency, transaction broker, facilitator. Are you good at that?
Yes.
So what do you know about when agency has to be disclosed in your state?
It needs to be done up front.
Substantial contact. You've heard that word before?
Yes.
So, and it needs to be done. What does that mean, that substantial contact? You need to disclose it's substantial contact. Okay.
Yes.
Yes. All right. So here's the thing. We were talking earlier and you said that, this is before we started recording, you said that the purpose of the commission was to what?
Protect the public.
And that's how I think about agency disclosure. It's about protecting the public, because how much of this did you really truly understand about exclusive or single agency and dual agency and when somebody had to keep your secret? Did you really understand that before you took this class?
No.
Right. And that's where agency disclosure comes in, because we as agents need to disclose to the public who we work for and like how agency works.
Gotcha.
So this is about me as a buyer needing to understand. I've got to understand agency and who you work for before I tell all my secrets. I should not be like, hey, Andrea, nice to meet you. I can't wait for you to be my agent. I just won the lottery. And there's only one house that I ever want to buy. And I pay every single cent that I've got to buy that one
Right.
house. If you're the seller's agent, that's too late. It is too late. So when we talk about substantive contact, or first substantial contact is what we call it in my state, it's this idea, it's that point where right before somebody gets ready to say that information that we wouldn't want going back to the other side.
Right.
Usually it's somebody's motivation for buying and selling. So their motivation, or it's their financial information. That makes sense?
Yes.
So if I say I have $5 in my pocket, probably not going to be for substantial contact. But if I'm like, I won the lottery, or I've already been pre-qualified for 450, whatever that may be, that's the kind of information I wouldn't want going back to the seller. But that means I need to understand how agency works and who you are and what you could offer me.
Right.
Does that jive with what you had understood?
Yes.
Yay. Any of the fiduciary responsibilities, or if you had to put it into one word, what does loyalty mean?
In one word?
Well, I mean, loyalty is like being loyal, but
I was just like, yeah, but yeah, just being loyal. So you do give your client best interest,
yep.
or
Keep your client's best interest first. All right. Obedience.
You obey your client as long as it's lawful.
All right. Accounting.
Keeping record of all the money that's involved in the transaction.
And keep it safe.
Mm-hmm.
Disclosure of information.
That's mandatory disclosing of facts.
Well, I'm going to be very picky here. When you are somebody's agent, it's not just material facts, it's any information.
Okay.
Because think about it, if we were attorneys.
Uh-huh.
If you're my attorney, you've got to tell me things, even if you don't think it's like hugely important. Like,
True.
do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when you're somebody's agent, you're responsible. People need to make decisions. And that means we are responsible for sharing them the information that we know concerning this transaction or the other side. So
Mm-hmm.
it's not just material facts, it's anything with the transaction.
Gotcha.
Right. Skill, care, and diligence is skill, care, and diligence.
Yeah.
And then confidentiality, what's that mean?
Keeping the information to yourself.
I'm gonna say keeping secrets a secret.
Yeah.
What are the ministerial acts are what you owe your customer.
Okay. So.
And that might be a new term for you. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's, you owe your client old car. You owe your customer honesty, fairness, disclosure of material facts. That's a ministerial act.
Okay. I mean, that seems self-explanatory. Yeah. So you gotta
honesty,
be honest,
fairness.
And I know Georgia does the disclosure of material facts, so that's like anything that happens. So like, let's say the person says, "Oh yeah, I had a roof leak," but they don't put that. Like, you have to let the people know that there was a roof leak. Like, you can't hide that.
It's anything that affects decisions about the transaction.
Yes.
So material facts in your state. Well, what do they tell you about stigmatized properties? Because that is different.
I do remember that.
Is it if I'm getting ready to buy a house that is known to be haunted, do you have to share that with me?
No, because
Okay, so
it's not something that's easily proven.
yeah, in your state, that's a no. In some states, that's a
Yes.
yes. All right, give me an example of other things that would be material facts.
Um,
You said roof leak.
yeah. If there is what's the term that they use? Like, let's say your property is on land that is near, um, like a mining site or something, and there's contamination with that. Like, you have to like let tell people.
Okay, so I call that in my state information about surrounding properties
I guess that would go under the next box, property disclosure, huh?
that affect the property. Yeah, right. Like it. Well, how does property disclosure work in your state? We know what you have to tell as material facts. What do sellers have to share in your state?
Um, it's the same. Like you have, as long if it's going to affect the decision or the value of the house, you have to share it.
What about condition? Does that include the things leak, stuff like that?
Yes, if I remember correctly.
It includes the property features and if stuff is working.
Mm-hmm.
And this may be something you want to go back later and just confirm. Like, hey,
Yeah.
what is it that the seller has to share? What is it that the buyer has to, I mean, that the buyer has to know? Like, what are the things that have to be shared? In my state, the seller has to share if it's going to be a short sale. Like, there's little things like that that the
Yeah.
seller has to disclose. And not
I'll
every
go back
state
and review. Mm-hmm.
does the seller have to disclose all the same things. So it's just a good review for you to go back and look at later.
Yeah, I'll review that.
All right. What do you know about lead-based paint? Why is lead-based paint dangerous? Who does it affect?
Um, because it causes health issues. So like it was for houses that were built before 1978.
Yep. So it causes damage or it's dangerous to kids.
Yes.
And if it is built before 1978, what do we have to do?
You have to give them the disclosure that says that there's hazardous.
Yep. There we go. Do you know what some of the exemptions are?
Um, I don't remember all of them, but I do know that there's um if if there's a residential that's doesn't they're not being the bedrooms aren't being used, I think.
Because no bedrooms, it's if it's efficiency.
And then if there's no kids in the home,
Well,
and
if it's like
oh
for
wait,
elderly.
yeah, it's elderly. If this housing is elderly, then the kids can't be.
Yeah.
Is it
That's just something you want to look
six?
up. It's just little things like if it's built
Yeah,
before 1978, if it's been given, if it's been
the lead
certified.
the lead based paint free or something like that
Hmm.
by the inspector or.
Has to be somebody certified to do it.
Mhm.
That's just something to review. It's not a lot, but it's just a little something.
Gotcha.
Let's roll on to types of listings. Can you tell
Yeah.
me the difference between exclusive right to sell, exclusive, and open?
So exclusive right to sell, that means that no matter who brings the buyer, you get
Yep.
paid.
No matter who brings the buyer, the agent is paid.
Um, and exclusive, you only If the seller finds the buyer, then you don't get paid. And then in open, the only one who gets paid is the one who brings the seller. I mean, brings the buyer.
Very good. There's no one listing agent.
Yeah.
But in this one, there's one listing agent. And in this one, there's one listing agent.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How do we get paid? Compensation options, percentage of the sales price. I think is pretty obvious.
Mm-hmm.
What is a net listing?
That's the minimum that you can list the house for.
Well, that's the math problem. So in a net listing, the seller gives a minimum they want to sell for.
Mm-hmm.
And the compensation is the overage.
Yeah.
It's legal in some states, it's illegal in others, but most states don't like it because if I'm the seller and I tell you I want to get $450 for the house, but you know it's worth $650. Well, if we sign a net listing, you would make a $200,000 commission.
Yeah.
But that's not really fair. You should probably tell me it's worth $650 because at that point I'm probably going to want to sell at $650. Like it makes for a conflict.
Yeah.
Because that's the kind of information you need to tell me. That's material to the transaction. But if my pay is if your pay is based on how much over that you get, then it leads you to not want to. So the net listing is the idea. The seller says, hey, your commission is anything over this.
Yeah.
Again, depends on your state, whether it's legal or illegal. Do you happen to know in Georgia?
I believe it's legal, but I'll double check that.
Okay.
I put an asterisk on myself to go and double check.
All right. What's a flat fee?
That's when the commission is a set amount instead of the percentage. But that has to be listed in the contract.
Yep. Set amount. What's a limited service agreement?
It's when the broker performs just a specific service.
It's usually where your flat fee comes from, where the agent only does agreed upon things. So the opposite of that would be full service. When you are an exclusive agent, you owe them all these things. You're doing all this stuff for them. Whereas limited service is like going to the buffet of agency. You're going to do this. You're going to put it on the MLS. You're going to make me a flyer, but you're not going to help me with offers that come in. Like you're picking and choosing what you want.
Yeah.
Okay. And then when we say ready, willing, and able, what does that have to relate to? What does that do with
the buyer being ready to go through the transaction?
Yeah. And a lot of times our agency agreements will say, we as listing agents have earned our commission once a ready, willing, and able buyer has been found. Yeah. Good. What do you know about the Antitrust Act?
That was the law that was created to prohibit price fixing and all the words down below. Boycotting.
Yeah. So tell me, what is price fixing?
That's when a bunch of realtors from different brokers try to come together and say we should charge or this price for a service. That's illegal.
So competitors come together to agree to a price. What's group boycotting?
When same group of people agree to not do service for a group of people or an agency, which is also
All right. So they're agreeing, hey, you know what? We're just going to all not use XYZ. Can't do that. What's a tie-in agreement?
That's when you say, okay, if you use this product, then I'll give you a service or like a bonus type of thing. So it's like saying as a realtor, like, okay, you tell your client, like, okay, you need to go ahead and use Johnny Boy to do your,
If you do this, then you have to use this.
yeah,
Very
but
good.
that's illegal. You can't do that.
Bid rigging, I mean, exactly what it sounds like. You're rigging how the bidding is worked in an auction
Hmm.
scenario. All right. Now, even though the do not call isn't an antitrust thing, I put it here. Tell me
Hmm.
what you know about the do not call.
So it's a national registry,
Mm-hmm.
and it limits how you can do phone calls like telemarketing. And so there's this website or thing that says if somebody signs up for it, like you can't call them.
Yeah. What are some exemptions to the do not call?
If you've had a previous business relationship with them, debt collectors, I think, this was one of them.
So, like previous relationship, you said debt collectors.
Uh-huh. And some charities.
Yep. And
I think
political,
it's, I
political
was
people.
like, there's another one, but I can't remember.
Or if they give permission.
But it has to be in writing, though, I think.
Mhm. There you go. What do you know about can spam?
So that is where it protects the recipients for way to
Can't use porn.
right.
But
And then it's the
remember,
little things on the
okay,
bottom of your email.
yep. And at the bottom of the email,
You have to give them the option to unsubscribe.
yep. And you have to have your headers match the body of your email and
Mm-hmm.
things like that. Very good. All right. Poof, agency. Good. And I think we've decided you're going to go back and review a little bit
For
more of that
Georgia.
agency and how it works on your state. And
Yeah.
remember, think of that agency um like an actor's role. How does
Okay.
it work? What roles can you play in your state?
Okay.
What are the roles that people could play that you could play for anybody in your state or your
Okay.
firm can, I should say. So let's key here. So we've got property ownership, and
Mm-hmm.
hopefully these are going to be things as we go forward that are a little bit more I maybe not won't write everything down, plus my hand hurts, but let's start with the bundle of rights. Tell me what you know about the bundle of rights.
So this is what the owner gets. So right
Yes.
of disposition is their right to sell, grant, or give away their property. Like they can do whatever they want as long as it's legal.
Yep.
Right of enjoyment, they get to participate in whatever activities that they find pleasurable on their property.
Yeah.
Right of exclusive possession, they have the right to say who can be on their property.
Mm-hmm.
Um, sorry, I'm going too fast.
No, it's who can use, and it's yours alone.
Mhm.
All right. Right of control.
That is the right to
The
use
right
the
to
property in
control it.
any way,
Yeah. Use it your way.
but it can't be illegal.
And related to that is an appurtenant because these are appurtenant. What does appurtenance means?
It's the improvements that attach to the property.
Well, it runs with the land. An appurtenant is anything that runs with the land. So you can have appurtenant easements, you can have rights that are
Mm.
appurtenant. I like to think of it as like if you have kids, if you were single and had kids and started dating somebody, wouldn't your kids be part of the package?
Yeah,
They're appurtenant. Just like if you buy a house and there's an HOA with restrictive covenants, don't the restrictive covenants come with the house?
yeah,
They're appurtenant.
gotcha.
Okay. So I always think appurtenant and a parent, like
Mm-hmm.
you're a parent and there's kids. I don't know why.
Gotcha.
So let's talk about water rights. What's it mean,
Okay.
riparian?
That's the rights that go with the property. So with the flow, like rivers or streams.
Yep, flowing bodies of water.
Hmm. And then the other one, littoral, however
Literal
you
or
say.
littoral.
Hmm. That's like lakes and oceans.
All right.
Accretion is the addition of land
Yep. So
because
addition of land because
the waters r- receded.
the water's leaving it.
Yeah, they went by.
Water receding is this one.
Oh, the reliction. Yes.
So when the water recedes or
Dries up.
dries up and you get
Mhm.
more land.
Okay. Yeah. And then erosion is the gradual wearing away of the surface from
Right. And avulsion.
that's the sudden remove loss of land because of overflow of water.
Very good. Real property. Woohoo, taking
Mhm.
it back to the first day of class. What's
Yeah.
real property?
So that's the land and anything that's tied to it that's not movable.
That comes with it,
Hmm.
like trees and stuff
Hmm.
like that. Blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah.
It cannot be
What's,
moved.
yes, cannot be moved. And I want to say structures. Here we go. That's real property. What's personal property?
So that is anything that's not real property and they're movable.
What's a fixture?
That's anything that gets permanently attached to the land.
So it's personal property
Oh yeah, I forgot that to add that part.
that's been permanently attached.
Hmm.
Oof, my handwriting is getting awful. Starting to look like a doctor's. Right. What's the other name for personal property?
um, shadow, shadow.
Chattel. It's kind of like Target, Chattel.
Hmm.
I'm going to name my firstborn child Chattel. I would never. That would be awful. Oh my
That
gosh,
would
what
be
if
so
somebody did
awful.
that? Name their first child Chattel. I'm personal. I guess personal property. I mean, I just don't like the idea of calling somebody property.
Yeah,
But yeah. All right, what's a trade fixture?
that's a fixture that's necessary for a business.
So it's a commercial fixture. But remember, for leased properties,
Yes.
if it's commercial, it can go with,
As long as it's
can
done
be taken. Yeah.
before the
Uh-huh.
contract has been executed.
What
Unless you get
trade? Go ahead.
unless you get written notice that says that you could come in afterwards to take it.
Exactly. What is the total circumstance test?
Okay. It's the test that's used to determine if it's real property or personal property.
Yeah. Is it a fixture? So does it stay or go? Now, this is also what we've known as Maria,
Yes.
or some people call it Irma.
Hmm.
So, what does method of attachment mean?
Is the item permanently fixed?
So, how is it attached? Agreement is what did
Does
you
the contract
agree?
say?
Which we know is the number one thing they're looking at.
Hmm.
What do we mean when we talk about relationship?
Is it a buyer versus seller or a landlord versus the renter or the
I think relationship is pretty clear.
mhm.
I'll put here though, buyer, seller, or
Landlord tenant? That was the word.
What do we mean by intent?
Did the person who attached it mean for it to become something that was permanent or temporary?
And adaptability.
Was the item customized to work with that situation? So basically, if you have like a 10-foot window in your house and you get curtains, they go together.
That's good. Some states, yes, that is true. Think of it this way. If the house or the structure was customized so much for the piece of personal property that if you take that personal property away, it doesn't have any point, like outside of it, then that's custom.
Gotcha.
Right. All right. Our 4 powers of government.
Mm-hmm.
Because we know we get our bundle of rights, but then the government can come in and say, hey, but no, we have this right over that. So what is police power?
So that is when the police is able to enforce the laws for the general welfare of the public.
Yeah, it's like
zoning.
Mm-hmm.
I can't think of anything else, but yeah.
No, because it's basically like zoning, the fact that they can tell you what you can and can't do with the land. Mm-hmm. Tell me what you know about eminent domain.
That's when the government can take your property because it's going to be better for the public. So, like if they're trying to expand the highway system and your house is in the middle of the way, but it would benefit everybody.
And what do they have to do if they do?
They have to compensate you, though.
And the power's eminent domain, but the action is
condemnation.
There you go. So if people don't understand taxes, we can't help them. They have the right to tax our property.
Yep, real and personal, depending on what the item is.
Yeah. And then what about a sheet? What does that mean?
That is when the government gets your property because you unfortunately passed away without a heir or a will.
Mm-hmm. Right. Someone dies with no will or no heirs, it goes to the state. I just spelled heirs wrong. There we go. You know, this I before E thing. I don't know who decided to do this in our language, but it's killing me. It's killing me.
Same. I get it confused too sometimes.
So what is an estate? Like, what is truly an estate? And it'd be even better if you can tell me the difference between an estate and an easement.
Okay, so an easement is where you access your property from another person's property.
I'm going to clear that up because this was something for a long time I didn't get. An easement is the right to use or cross somebody's property. Yeah. How does that differ from an estate?
So the estate is you have to have legal, like the strong interest, but it's like you gotta have a will or legal possession, I guess.
Something. Well, an estate means you have an interest, you have a say in the property strong enough to give you possession. Mm-hmm. Because we know we have 2. We got our freehold and our non-freehold. Mm-hmm. And that means, freehold is ownership, non-freehold. And I might as well write that now. It means you own the property.
And non-freehold, it means you lease it.
Yeah, you're leasing. So in both of those cases, whether you own it or you're leasing it, you have a say in the property strong enough that means you can stay there. Mm-hmm. Whereas an easement, you can just use or cross it.
Right.
And intestate, what does that mean?
Is to die without a will.
Okay. What do you know about these fee, simple, absolutes, defeasible, determinables, conditionals?
Okay. So free, simple, absolute is the highest one. Like that's the best one to do, right? Because it's there's no limitations, no conditions.
Free. So before you go on, I'm gonna say You own it forever.
Okay.
And what I mean by that is in a fee simple absolute, there's no conditions to your ownership, like you said.
Mm-hmm.
You would own it until you decide to sell it or give it away or mortgage it or whatever it may be.
Gotcha.
Fee simple to feasible, what does that mean?
Your ownership is there's restrictions or conditions to your ownership.
Yeah, I'm going to say you could possibly own it forever. So there's conditions.
But since I'm thinking about this, how does that differ from fee simple conditional? Because isn't that the same thing? Like you have a condition.
So
Because one
basically,
of them is the example is like, okay, so you can have this house as long as you don't drink, which would be sad. But if you drink, then the house comes back to me.
here's what I say. Both of these are types of defeasible estates.
Okay.
Have we talked about the chart?
No.
I don't think we have. Okay, so let me pull that up for you really quick because I do think that this will help you understand what I am talking about here. So there's this chart that lots of people get to see, or when you're studying, it'll be in your book, but I don't think it makes sense unless you really look at it this way. So let me share. So yes, we're going to talk about the chart using this one, but have you seen something that looks like this? Wait, there.
Yeah. Yes.
So when I go through, and I'm going to make it so you can see my mouse. All of these, notice at the top of this thing, it says possessory interest because they're all estates. And we just learned estate means you can live there. So in all of these types of ownership, you can live there because it's an estate. The question is, did you own it or did you lease it?
Lease it.
Now, what it does is it goes from left to right on levels of ownership. And I'm going to break it down with less steps. All the way to the left, you have your fee simple absolute. You can own it forever. It's strong. There's no conditions to your owning it.
Okay.
The opposite is no ownership.
Right.
But everything from left to right is a step down.
Okay.
The step down from owning it forever is you could possibly own it forever.
Yeah.
Right? Why would that be? Because there is a condition. Your ownership could be defeated. It's a defeasible estate.
Gotcha.
The next step down is, yeah, you owned it, but it was never going to be forever because you owned it for a lifetime. All the way to you never owned it. So we went from you owned it forever, maybe you'll own it forever. You were never going to own it forever. You never owned it.
Yeah.
So when we look at it that way, you could own it forever. You could possibly own it forever. You were never going to own it forever with your life estates, or you never owned it. So does the chart now make sense?
Yes.
And here's how I think of it. Oops. This is in a defeasible, you could possibly lose ownership. Determinable means it automatically reverts, and judicial means you have to go to court to get that reversion. And I know some people will be like, oh, there's a condition and you can't do this and you can't do that. But at the end of the day, they both mean if you do this thing or you don't do this thing, you either use it the way you're not supposed to, or you use it in a way, you stop doing what you're supposed to do. Well, then your ownership could be ended, and then it could revert back to the original owner or their heirs. So defeasible has two types of estates, your fee simple determinable and your fee simple conditional. Both of them have some type of condition that you have to follow, some rules you have to follow. And if you don't, your ownership will be defeated or ended.
Gotcha.
Does that help?
Yes. Thank you.
Yay. Good. I can't believe we hadn't talked about that before, but that's okay. Boom.
I know I've seen it briefly in one of your other videos, but
it's okay.
It's one of those that I haven't finished. Okay.
So we know determinable, it automatically reverts. And conditional, you got to go to court. And they're both fee simple defeasibles. What can you tell me about a life estate?
So a life estate is a property that has it's basically the life runs with the life of the person.
Yeah. So I like to say the life tenant is the same as the measuring life.
Oh,
You can own it as long as you're alive.
mhm.
Okay. What does that mean? What does poratri v mean in general?
Life of another, or for the life of another.
So what does that mean as far as ownership?
That you own it as long as the other person is alive.
Yeah. The life tenant is not the measuring life. Okay. So who is the life tenant? I think you already know they're
That's
the
the
owner.
owner,
Who's the measuring life?
the ownership, the
Person
ownership.
whose life ownership is based.
Mhm.
What's the difference between reversion and remainder, man?
So the reversion means that it goes back to the grantor or the original. And then remainderment is it goes to it's held by a third party, I think. Or it
Held by
goes
a
to
new
a third
person.
party when the person dies.
Yeah, there we go. So if there's person A and there's person B, when B dies, it goes to C. Could be good. It's that new person that the ownership would go to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What do we call ownership by one person?
Tenancy by entirety
Nope.
or
Severalty. Ownership and severalty. You've seen that before?
yeah, I
Cool.
forgot about that word.
It's okay. Look, it's a little word. So can you tell me the difference between tenancy in common and joint tenancy?
So tenancy in common is when um everybody there's a group of owners that they share the property and they can transfer their own
So they share the
their
property
and they
and
have the right to share their or get rid of their share of the property.
freely sell or
And
transfer.
there's no survivorship in that one.
Mhm.
The in joint tenancy, it has all the parties have to have the same time and title and equal share of the property,
Yeah, pit,
i-
possession.
interest, time, and title. And then this one has survivorship.
What does survivorship mean?
That when that person is ceases to exist, it goes to um, the joint, the other person, the other owners, or their share goes to the other owner.
All right. So that means if you had four people and they had one fourth each, if somebody dies, it would be three people with one
And they
third
get
each.
yes,
Got you. So for right of survivorship, nothing goes to heirs.
correct.
Tenancy by the entirety. What's that for?
Husband and wife, or
Yep.
it's a couple that own jointly own the property.
And we know in some states they use
Mm,
community property
mhm.
instead. Can
Georgia's
you
not
tell
one.
me the difference between condos, townhomes, co-ops and timeshares.
Okay, so condos are individual owned, basically owned apartments,
Mm-hmm.
but they have a combined right or share to like the common areas.
Yeah, with shared common areas. Very good.
Um, a
Who
townhouse.
owns, wait, who
Huh?
owns like the roof and the park and things like that?
So the roof is owned by I want to say developer.
Well, so I'll say
Well,
this.
no, it's owned by the everybody. Like they all every
Yes. You get a fee simple ownership in the apartment
yes, the walls in.
and your tenant in common for the shared areas.
Mhm.
What do you get with a townhome?
So that's also a residential,
Mm-hmm.
but you share a wall. So like you're connected to another unit.
And you get the land.
Yes.
So we know in a condo, you are sitting on this piece of land, you and like 200 other people. So you own 2/100ths of that piece of land you're sitting on. But with a
Mhm.
townhome, you get the unit, but you share a wall, but you get the land underneath you. It's your land.
Mhm.
What's a co-op?
So that is where um, all of the owners sh own. No, they share the do they share the title? Like they basically all have to make the decision together to either use, rent, or sell the
Well,
property.
I think of the word co-op and I think of the word uh corporation
Okay.
because all the property is owned by basically a corporation or a company.
Okay.
And then you buy stocks in the company, which gives you the right to lease using a proprietary lease. So let's say there is in a building with 200 units.
Mm-hmm.
It would be Andrea's company incorporated that buys the whole building. Now, if I want to live there, I buy stocks in Andrea's company, right? I buy
Mm-hmm.
stock in your company. And if I buy enough stock, then now I have the right to lease unit, 14. Obviously, how much stock is tied to how big is the apartment. The penthouse, that person needs to own a lot more stock than the person who's getting the basement with no windows.
Right.
I mean, I guess you have to have windows because ingress and egress, but still, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Right. And it's a proprietary lease. So what you're buying when you buy a co-op is not real property. You're buying stocks, which gives you an estate or a non-freehold estate, if that makes sense. And what's a timeshare?
Um, the right of occupying this air space for a specific time, or the property for a specific time.
Yeah. It's where you buy this right to stay in that property for a specific amount of time. And many states have different like meanings, but you get to stay in this property for at least such amount of time within a space of so many years for this number of times. And each state, talks about how they handle timeshares a little differently,
Mhm.
but you don't own it outright.
Right.
You can't just own it and go when you want. You have specific
Yes.
time periods that you can go.
Mhm.
All right. Let's talk about our encumbrances. What's a lien?
So it's a like a claim against the property
Yeah,
or payment that kind of a mortgage. Some
it's a claim against a person or a property. And there's two types of liens, specific liens and general liens. What's the
yeah.
difference between a specific lien and a general lien?
So a specific lien is only attaches to like a piece, a specific piece of the property, and a general is against any or all of the property.
Well, you're close. So a specific lien is against one specific property. A general lien is against a person and anything they may own. So
Okay.
think of a mortgage lien. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I know you know what a mortgage lien is. If I own 3 houses, but only one has a mortgage on it, can they
Mm-hmm.
sell the other 2 houses in order to pay it?
No.
No, it only attaches to the one house that has the lien. It's
Mm-hmm.
specific to that one property.
Gotcha.
What do you know about mechanics liens?
That's the loan that the payments for builders or contractors.
Yeah. If you did work on a house and you're not paid, they can put a lien on the home. Now, I
Mm-hmm.
know in my state, they're very specific about how many days somebody has to put a lien on a
Mm-hmm.
house. Is that something you had to know in Georgia?
Mm-hmm.
So, do you remember how many days it is and how long? Okay, so that's something I want you to look up. How many days, how long, all of those things. I'm not going to tell you my state's information
Yeah.
because that'll just confuse you.
Yeah.
But when you go back to review this, you're going to say, oh, a mechanics lien has to be filed for so long, and this has to happen because usually that is something they want to know.
Okay.
We know real property taxes are specific because each
Yes.
specific property gets a real tax.
Yeah, it's based on
Um,
the
what does it mean when taxes are ad valorem?
um that's the tax of the value tax on the
Yeah,
value of the property.
and they're paid annually.
Yes.
What is the difference between what are real property taxes? We know that, but what's an assessment? Because they're kind of
That
related.
is the for the additional property taxes, I think.
Yeah, it's a
Or like
charge for
improvements.
for improvements. So an assessment might be for sidewalks. If your house gets the sidewalk, then you're paying the assessment. Now, we already said judgment liens were a lien against a person and everything they own. So that could be, I said a general lien is against a person and everything they own. A judgment lien would be if there's a
Court
judgment, they owe
involvement.
money. Yep, court. Or if you don't pay your income taxes.
That's the state and national tax that you get
Exactly.
to pay.
So, what's the first lien paid?
What do you mean?
Well, so there is a priority to how liens
Oh
are
yeah.
paid if
Taxes are
somebody sells a house. Go ahead.
taxes are first.
Which taxes?
Your ad valorem
Yep.
taxes.
Your real property ad valorem taxes first. That's the first lien paid. And then we're going to go to assessments
And then the uh,
and then
and
the
then
order
it's
that they were.
five, I
Mhm.
think
But who's the first person paid?
the first person.
The first thing paid. Notice this is the first lien paid, but the first thing paid is the cost of sale
Hmm,
or the attorneys.
Gotcha.
Right? So there's a question between the first thing paid and the first lien paid. First lien
It's
paid,
it's
taxes. First person that's getting any money from this is the court.
gotcha.
Cost of sale.
That's good to know.
Okay. We already know an easement is the right to use or cross.
Mm-hmm.
What is a pertinent easement or easement appurtenant?
It's it being able to use the property for
Mhm.
for access to property for specific, but it's specific property.
What's
But
a
it runs.
property? It's an easement that runs with the land. That's the appurtenant. But it's when one property has the right to cross another property. You see
Gotcha.
how there's 2 P's in the word appurtenant? Think
Yes.
2 properties.
Gotcha. Okay.
It's, you know how you have a road here.
Mm-hmm.
We'll make this a little bigger for you. If you have a road right here,
Hmm.
and this is lot A, and this is lot B, lot B is landlocked.
Yeah.
They're going to need the right to cross over A.
Yes.
That's an appurtenant easement. It would run with both A, well,
And B.
runs with A.
Yes.
B. So, which one is the dominant tenement?
B.
Mm-hmm.
Because A is serving, which is the servient estate or property.
Great. Okay, what's an easement in gross?
Um, it's when it benefits an
Well, there's just
individual, but not a group of people.
it's usually about having one property being used. But it can come together, it can be multiple easements, but in this one we had two. We had A, we had B. An
Mhm.
easement in gross is going to be usually commercial or personal.
Mhm. So with personal, it's given to the one person.
Yeah, and it can't if it's an easement, it can't be canceled. But when
Yeah.
they die, it's over. It doesn't go into
Yeah.
anybody's heirs or anything. Give me an example of a commercial easement.
Um, like electrical,
Yeah,
or they have to run the lines so you can get your electricity.
railways,
Hmm.
anything like that. Exactly. What is an easement by necessity?
It's when you have access to the, it's you need it. It's you can't access it without,
This is how they're created.
yeah. And
An easement by necessity is like if something is landlocked.
yeah, so like you can't get to it without it.
And
And
an
that
easement by
person,
prescription is what?
that's when, hold on. So let me think about how this works.
Think of the word prescription. What's that mean? When you go get a prescription from the doctor, what or the pharmacist, what do they also tell you?
It's for a specific time.
Yeah, they're going to say for a specific time you're going to use this pill or this medicine in these ways. They prescribe what has to happen with it. An easement by prescription means if certain things are followed
Hmm.
or met, then the easement will be granted.
Hmm.
What does that mean? Well, let's say you have a street right here and there's two lots, lot A and B. But this person, and I'll choose a different color. Let's do orange. This person, this is B, this is A. They keep driving over lot A
Hmm.
right there. Well, one day A wants to sell their house, but they're like, B, I'm sorry, you can't drive here anymore. I need to sell, and some new owner's not going to want you cutting through the corner of their yard.
Right.
Well, then an easement by prescription means B could take A to court and say, hey, judge, I've been using this part of the yard for this long and I followed all these other rules. And now I meet the fact that you should just officially make this an easement. There's a whole bunch of rules that you got to follow, but the big one is time. It's about you can show that you used it for a certain amount of time openly and all of those things.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yes.
Cool. And I always think this part of the class, even though I start with the other stuff, these are things you understood when it was taught to you, but they just get lost in the sauce sometimes with all that
They
other
do.
stuff. So obviously, easements aren't forever. They could
Yes.
be, but some things will terminate them. It's the fact that helps if I do this. A lot of people don't know that they can be terminated.
Yes.
So, cessation of purpose, what does that mean?
That the reason that they were using it is no longer necessary.
Yeah, the reason ends.
Hmm.
Easement for a limited time period, I think we got. It
Yeah,
was.
the time period ended.
What's it mean to release?
It has to be in writing
Well,
that the
yes,
um
the
that
dominant tenement releases the servient. What I mean is, in an easement, like something like this one, they're like, oh no, look, they put in a road. There's a new road here, and so they release this.
gotcha. But doesn't it have to be in writing though?
Yes, because it's a transfer of interest in
Okay.
real estate. And what law says if it's a transfer of interest in real estate, it needs to be in writing?
It's at the tip of my tongue.
Statute of. Ooh,
Limitation. Hey man.
what you got? Pick a letter.
It's not limitation. I know this.
Pick a
It's gonna
letter.
come to me. Um, R. Don't know why I picked R, but we're gonna go with it. Fraud.
Yeah. Statute of frauds. Now, do you know what I think of when I think of this? I think of check fraud.
Mm,
You can't do check fraud without changing something about the writing of the check. So when I think
okay.
of fraud, I think of check fraud and I think about that fraud has to be in writing. So there
Mhm.
you go. Is it a lot to get there? Yes. But it works for me and hopefully that works for you. So it's the statute of frauds.
Gotcha.
What do we mean by merger? Remember, we're talking about how easements terminate. What's
It's
that?
when the dominant property and the servient property ends up being owned by one person. So they don't need the easement anymore because they own it.
Two properties become one. I think of that Spice Girl song, two become one. Yeah, I went there. I went all the way back there. I sure did. You're welcome. Now it's in your head.
Yes, it's going to be for the rest of the day.
You're welcome. Then you're gonna go to this wedding later and you're gonna be like, oh, two becomes one. I want you to request that song today at the wedding if there's a DJ, just so everybody first looks at you and goes, what? And and if they ask me, like, it's a shout out to my real estate instructor.
For sure.
Okay, failure to record. I think that makes sense. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because if you don't record, you don't have any proof. That's why we
Yep.
record. If it's a personal easement, death of the easement holder.
Yep. That
And then I
makes
think
sense. Lisa.
adverse use is also,
It's when it's illegal.
yeah, you start doing something illegal. So let's talk about some other encumbrances because, liens are great, but there's other ones. What's an
Mhm.
encroachment?
That is when something is there, extends to another person's property illegally.
Yeah,
Or
you're in someone else's space
Mhm.
or property. I like to think of kids and how they encroach on your personal space all the time, or dogs. They're just in your property, they're in your space.
Mhm.
Okay. And of course, we know land use controls, which we'll talk about in a second. They are a type of encumbrance as well.
Mhm.
So when I say land use controls, I mean
It's
like
the laws.
zoning laws,
Yeah.
etc. All right. Is this helping to go back to some of this original stuff?
Yeah. Things you don't ever think about.
But you know it. So
Yeah.
meets and bounds.
That's how you describe the property.
Yep.
With boundary markers and the compass directions. So
Yeah,
I want to
mhm.
say it's like the perimeter maybe of the.
Yes. Create a perimeter. Description. So you start at the point of beginning And then they
Mhm.
tell you to go a distance and direction till you
Mhm.
get to a boundary, a monument, and then you go a different distance and direction until you stop, and then you go a different um,
Yeah.
distance and direction. And then you're gonna need that point. That's not how you spell point. It starts with a P, not a B. That point of beginning. All right. So one way to do it to describe a property is meets and bounds. That's kind of the
Mhm.
old way to do it. What do you know about the rectangular survey system?
That uses the longitudinal and latitude lines to identify the property.
Very good. Is it used in all states?
No,
So, what direction does the principal meridian go?
north and south,
Yep. And which way does the baseline go?
east and west.
And how often do you find ranges? Do they go north or south? And how often do you find them?
Um, ranges are north and south and
Yep.
for 6 miles.
Okay. And that means tiers are
East to west, also for 6 miles.
what's a township?
It is the 6 by 6 walk. So,
That those lines create.
mhm.
And how many sections are in a township?
So 30. Oh, what? No, let's
There's
see. It's a
36
1 mile
sections.
by
Yeah.
one. Yeah, so it's 36 sections. And
Remember, it's numbered weird.
yeah,
It goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It starts backwards.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's ridiculous.
It's what is lot and block?
Um, that's also a legal description of the
Mm-hmm.
land. Um, I believe this is the one that does subdivisions.
Yeah,
No.
it is.
Okay.
So let me just say two
Telling you, it's
things.
all.
One thing, how many acres in a section?
Hold on. Okay,
640.
so yeah, because I was going to say there's that. It's the whole thing is 53. No. Oh no.
Look, your brain right now is starting to fry. We've been doing this for a while, so I'll
Yeah,
help
it
you.
is.
So a mile has 5,280 feet, and an acre has 43,560 square
60,
feet. But there are 640
40 seconds.
acres in a section. Sounds familiar, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Can you tell me the difference between a survey and a plat?
So the survey is for the single property.
Yes, survey is a
And,
single property, like what we usually talk about. They can survey a larger amount, but a survey is a single property.
and then the plat map is the big picture for the entire neighborhood or
Yeah,
subdivision.
it's a map of the subdivision. They still use a surveyor, but it's a map of the subdivision. Awesome sauce. So, what does that mean when we talk about voluntary alienation versus involuntary alienation?
Okay, so voluntary is when the owner is willingly giving
Yep.
the rights away, and involuntary is the opposite when it's against the owner's.
The owner doesn't choose.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Can you give me an example of involuntary alienation?
Foreclosure?
Yeah. Tax sales or adverse possession. Tell me what you know about adverse possession.
Um, so this is when you take the property
Mm-hmm.
and it's without permission. And I remember your example because it's you say something about notorious BIG.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I know it has something to do with Biggie. Not really, but
Yes.
But I know
Okay, so
Notorious is in there somewhere.
yeah, so what you have to claim is ocean.
Oh yeah.
This is the idea that if I use your property and I meet these rules, what rules ocean, then I can claim the property as my own. I'd have to go to a judge. And of course, this doesn't happen every single day. But if I use your property and my use is open, continuous, exclusive, actual, and notorious, that's where Biggie comes in, the notorious BIG. Then you can say, hey, judge, I've done all these things. I've been using it for 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, whatever it may be. And if I meet all those other criteria, then I can, what was I going to say? Then I can make that claim. But remember,
Gotcha.
the other big one is adverse.
Yeah.
You could never have permission.
Okay.
Never had permission. Okay, so we were just finishing talking about adverse possession and ocean and everything like that. So
Mm-hmm.
now let's talk about types of deeds. So just out of curiosity, what do you know a deed to be? Because I know we've talked about a lot of stuff today, but what's a deed?
Mm-hmm. That is the how do I want to describe this?
Well, it's an instrument, and I'm
Yeah, I was gonna
being
say it's an
particular.
instrument for the title
Yeah,
or
it's the instrument that transfers title. So we know title is ownership and a
yeah.
deed is the instrument that transfers that ownership. So when we were talking about the deed of trust or a trust deed, it
Mm-hmm.
is, hey, this is the piece of paper that gives ownership to the trustee because you're transferring title. Okay. Now we know we have lots of different types of deeds. So,
Yes.
oh, and you know what? Even though it's not here in what is here, and I want to jump ahead for a second. Can you tell me the essential elements of a deed? Like, since I'm talking about what a deed is in general, what are the essential elements of a deed? What do you have to have in order to have a valid deed?
Um, so you need to have let me needs you have to have it needs to be in writing.
Okay, in writing is one.
I have to work backwards here.
Well, do you use an acronym or mnemonic device or anything?
No, but I probably should.
Well, I use one. It's I get paid with every deal. I get paid with every deal. And what that means is, and I'll just do it here, a deed has to be in writing. And we were just talking about this. What is the statute that says a transfer of interest in real estate has to be in writing?
The statute of frauds.
Yes, the statute of frauds. Yes, because it's a deed. It's transferring an interest in real estate. So it has to be in writing. The G stands for the grantor must be competent. And remember, it's the grantor who has to sign a deed, not the grantee.
Okay.
Because otherwise, what stops me from being like, hey, Oprah, thanks for your mansion? No, she, the grantor, has to sign off on that deed. I
Yeah.
mean, my signature is great and all, but it's more about her signature, and she needs to
Hmm.
be competent, right? The
Yeah.
P stands for property description. The W is words of conveyance. And have you ever seen questions where they talk about the habendum clause?
Yes, that's the having to hold.
To having to hold, that's in a deed. That's the words of conveyance.
Gotcha. Okay.
Mhm. The E is it has to be executed. And by that, even executed means signed. Like sign is a form of execution too, but it's in this case, it's signed.
Okay.
And then the D means it needs to be delivered and accepted. Now, I made this up, God, when I first started teaching a long time ago, and I couldn't figure out what to do with the A. So I just stuck it with accepted. I was like,
I like it.
delivered and accepted. But the example I always give is, let's say I went and I bought some property and it was beautiful. And then I got the tax bill. I'm like, oh, no, no. I mean, I've been teaching this for so long, I could write a valid deed. So I could
Hmm.
write up a deed and give that property to my dad. And in theory, those are his problems, those taxes. But if I don't
Hmm.
ever give him the deed and he doesn't accept it, then it's not a true transfer of property. He has to
Okay.
want it and he have to give it to him. Right.
Makes sense.
Now, just because I did that and just for fun, there is the non-essential elements of a deed. So these are essential. And I'm going to do the non-essential because I think that makes for a great test question.
Okay.
And that's going to be, and you know what? It could be, yep, I don't think I included it here. But that's okay. It is a diva can shop with riches. A diva can shop with riches. So the A is a deed doesn't have to be acknowledged. Do you know what that means?
Yeah.
What's another
I
word
think
for
the
acknowledged?
starts with the C.
I'm thinking of a word that starts with an N. You go to this person when you want to have documents done and you want to
Oh,
prove
notarized.
notarized. Yep.
I was thinking of not conveyance.
Hmm.
Um it'll come to me, but
That's okay.
I like
The D stands for date. Deeds don't have to be dated. Is it probably a good idea to date them? Yes. But we know in most states, if you want the legal protection, you got to record. Like
yeah.
the recording is what we do. Mhm. And we know recording just because I can't help myself. Recording, we know, is giving constructive
Productive
notice.
notice.
Mhm. So it's got to be dated. It doesn't have to be dated. It doesn't have to have consideration. In a lot of states, if there is consideration, it should be on the deed, but it doesn't have to have consideration. Think of a deed of gift, right? Even though we'll talk
Yeah.
about what that is, a deed that you're giving somebody something, but
But
there
yeah,
is no consideration. It's still a
yeah.
deed, even though there's no consideration. And then you've got the shop, which stands for seal. It doesn't have to be sealed. Do you know what that means?
Um is that where it's like from a stamp?
Yeah, you know how notaries have that stamp or that
Mm-hmm.
letterpress thing? That's the seal. It's a legal extra level of protection. Are deeds
Gotcha.
often sealed? Like if you have an attorney or somebody doing it, a notary? Yes. But do they
Yes.
have to be?
No.
No. It's still valid even if it's not sealed. The W is witnessed. So most wills have to be witnessed and things like
Mm-hmm.
but not not deeds. And then it doesn't have to be recorded. And I think that is a really common test question where they go, does a deed have to be recorded? And you would think, yeah, it does. No, it just needs to be recorded if you want the legal protection. It's
Section.
still a legal deed, but if somebody records before you, you're kind of out of luck.
Yeah,
So,
that makes sense.
all right. So, just a good review of that. What do you know about a general warranty deed?
So that is when the grantor
Mm-hmm.
says that there's might be issues before them, or
Nope, you're thinking of the special warranty deed. Think of the
okay.
general warranty deed. General is something that generally happens, and generally people when they're buying houses get general warranty deeds or a warranty deed because it is the one that gives you the strongest protection.
Okay.
And what you're confusing that with is the special warranty deed, which says, I'm only saying I didn't mess up title.
Gotcha.
So in a general warranty deed, if I'm buying your house for $450,000, you're saying, look, Candace, I'm giving you good title. And it doesn't matter what the issue is. I stand behind it. It could have been me that messed it up. It could have been the previous owner that messed it up. I'm warranting because we know the general warranty deed has all those promises or covenants in it. You're
Hmm.
saying, look, this is good title. I'm backing it up. I'm standing behind this 100%. The special warranty deed is saying, look, Candace, I'm saying I didn't mess it up, but you know, the person before me was a little bit shady. So they could have totally messed it up. I'm only warranting the time that I had it.
Gotcha.
What do you know about a bargain and sale deed?
So that's the one that does consideration and conveyance
Mm-hmm.
of the real estate.
Well, you're transferring ownership, but really it's just, hey, I own it to give it to you. That's pretty much it. You're
Okay.
transferring ownership, and there's very few covenants besides I owned it.
Gotcha.
And then you have a quit claim deed.
So that's where um the these you're able to relinquish it the interest in the property.
Yeah, it's I think of it like hot potato. You're literally just giving it away. No promises. In fact, I'm not even promising that I own it. I'm just saying I no longer have any interest in the property, giving it back to you. Like, because think about it. A quit claim deed is often used with mechanics liens.
Yeah.
If somebody owes money, then there could be a mechanics lien on the property. And when that person pays off that debt, the mechanic or the person who put the lien on there, they would use a quit claim deed. So they're just basically removing or giving away any interest. That makes sense?
Yeah.
I could quit claim a property to somebody, but if you're the borrower, why, or not the borrower, if you're the buyer, why would you want a quit claim deed? I mean, at least get a bargain and sale, at least knowing that
Yeah.
some. So there you go. All right. Now we have some other types of deeds. What's a deed of gift? Well,
When it's you're giving it as a gift.
it's a gift. What's a trust deed? Or what's the other name for a trust deed?
A mortgage.
Yeah, it's a deed of trust. And we use that kind of like a mortgage. A reconveyance deed.
Um, that's when the property title transfers from the lender to the borrower, or like from
So
the
I'm going to
bank.
change one word. It's not that the property is being transferred from the lender who actually has title in that deed of trust.
The trustee.
Yep. So it's going from the trustee back to the no longer a borrower person.
Gotcha. Trustee to. Okay.
All right. So cloud on title, which I generally will kind of put it together with a color of title. They're slightly
Okay.
different, but I don't think different enough to really make a difference on the test. What
Okay.
does that mean?
It's when there is um a lien, I think, where it makes the title dirty
Yeah.
or unable to be conveyed.
Sometimes it's unable to be conveyed. Sometimes it's just something about it that makes it not clear. It's
Gotcha.
cloudy. Something about the title, there's something on it, something going on with it. Maybe it's a claim of ownership. Maybe it's multiple people with deeds claiming to make it theirs. There's something on it that makes it cloudy or dirty. It's a cloud on title, color
Okay.
of title.
Okay.
Now, I know we've not talked about this yet. What is the statute of frauds?
It's the law that says that it has to be in writing.
And which ones have to be in writing?
The contract or the contract or the conveyance of the property.
Yes, conveyance of real property. Look at you using real words like conveyance. All right. Title insurance. Tell me what you know about it.
So that's the insurance that the lenders take out for the against no, yeah, for the financial
Well, I think you're
loss.
mixing it up. Title insurance. I'm sorry, somebody's at my house. They'll be fine. Other
Because
people get it. So,
it
title
protects.
insurance versus um PMI. I think you're mixing up those two.
Okay, because
So, go ahead.
one of them protects the lender, so
So, I'm
it's
going to stop you right
guaranteed.
there. They both protect the lender,
Okay,
but let me tell you why. This is about protecting the lender and the loan repayback.
right. That's the premium mortgage insurance.
Yes, because the PMI, or if you're getting an FHA loan, the MIP, it is
Mm-hmm.
the insurance because they're saying, hey, here's an insurance policy. If we sell your house and we don't get enough, then we want to be covered from those losses.
Right.
Title insurance protects the owner and the lender.
Okay.
Why? Because it's about the title. If the title is lost, let's say I buy your house and you sell it to me, and 4 weeks later, somebody knocks on my door going, hey, I'm Andrea's long lost brother. And it turns out I was actually half owner and I didn't sign off on this. This house isn't really yours. Let's say I lose title.
Mm-hmm.
Title insurance will pay me back what I paid.
Okay.
What I paid for the property. And there's actually two policies, one from the owner, me, for my equity, and one for the lender. But as time goes by and I owe the loan, say it the right way, I owe less on the loan, their policy gets smaller and my policy gets bigger. So it's a one-time fee. But it's only for what you paid for the house. So if your long lost brother doesn't come knocking on my door for 20 years, the title insurance company is only paying me for what I paid for the house. That's it.
Gotcha.
So that's why I
Okay.
wanted to stop you. Usually I would let you go on, but you weren't wrong, but you weren't right either. Like,
Right.
there you
But
go.
that makes sense.
And there's two policies, and the buyer pays for both
Okay.
at closing. Okay. Torrent system, which I know is one of those random things. I know I said critical vocab, but this is one I feel like if you know it and it can't shock you.
The only thing I remember about this is something about it protects from adverse possession. And that,
Hey, I will take it. That
but
is
that is it.
true.
I
Okay.
can't remember anything else.
So think of in my head when I was learning this like 20 years ago, I thought of, you know what? I'm just going to think of Torrens as a type or the brand of car. I don't know why, but somehow in my head, I think of like a Torrens and I think of like a Model T car. It has really, it's just random, except for the fact. The reason I think of cars is because in the Torrens system, we're treating land the same way we do cars, boats, and motorcycles. We right now, everything we've talked about, we said, oh, there's a deed. And if you want to give it to somebody, title to somebody, you just write it up. And now there's a new owner.
Mhm.
Does a court have to be involved?
No.
But if I want to give you my car, don't we have to do, oh, I have the car and then we got to go to the DMV and then you can
Mhm.
be the new owner?
Yes.
Well, that's what you're doing with the torrent system. We start
Okay.
involving the courts. You have to pay to be a part of this and everything like that. And it takes more time and blah, blah, blah. But I can't give you my car unless we go through the DMV. And the torrent system, the ownership can't transfer unless you go through the courts. Why is this important? Because now you've eliminated the ability to do adverse possession. And you
Gotcha.
would really only use it. You know how like people have 540 acres in Wyoming. Like you're not seeing all that acreage. You just don't want
Right.
somebody to stop. So in a case like that, then maybe the torrent system sounds like a good idea.
Okay.
All right. So that is what we have on deeds. Are you ready for a little fair housing?
Yeah, Fred's corn.
Fred's corn. Okay, okay, your protected classes. Here we go. Fred's corn. And we don't want the E.
E.
Oh, the or. Where did it go?
Although I like it because it means equal opportunity.
Yep, it goes to equal opportunity. So that E and that O. Now, I will tell you just a little side note. One of the best classes once you become a realtor you can take are
Mhm.
two designations. I think they are so helpful. The
Okay.
At Home with Diversity, which is a designation you can take that talks about like the history of fair housing in this country and kind of how Realtor Association, what our involvement in that was.
Mhm.
And then there's something called bias override. And it's all designed for all of us to take a look at what are our biases that we had, our implied implicit biases. What do we know? How do we work with different, people of different cultures? Like they are
Mhm.
so helpful. And I
Okay.
hopefully that you'll take them with me. But I love those classes. And you'll get for the At Home with Diversity, you get a designation. So you can tell people, look, I work with all sorts of people.
Okay.
So it's just a wonderful class. I think you'll like it when you
Okay.
take it. So let's
Oh.
talk about this Fred's corn.
Mhm.
What do we mean when I say familial status?
Um, People that have children under 18
Yep,
living
children
with them,
under
or if they're pregnant.
18, preggers. I'm literally going to write preggers here because I don't feel like trying to spell pregnant.
It's all right.
Adopting. Now, who does it not include? What does it not include? It's not talking about whether or not you are
You're
married,
married or
Mhm. Divorced, or anything like
divorced.
that.
Yeah.
Is it safe to say you know what race is?
Yes.
Disability. What are we talking about when we talk about disability?
Um, Mental or physical impairment.
All right. What do we mean by sex? Well, you know what? I'm not
Um,
even going to make you try to explain this. I'm just going to say
it's gender or sexual orientation.
gender and sexual orientation are included in some states and the Realtor Code of Ethics. And even though it's not explicitly stated or expressly
Mhm.
stated in the law. HUD has come out and said, hey, if somebody's complaining that you're discriminating based on gender or sexual orientation, we're going to consider it to fall under this whole sex thing. What do we mean when we say color?
The color of somebody's skin.
Mm-hmm. And what I tell people, especially if you're not a person of color, is that you may not realize how sensitive that can be for so many
Mhm.
cultures. So just don't talk about somebody's skin. Don't be like, oh my gosh, your skin's so dark, or oh my gosh, your skin's so pale. It's not your place to be commenting on how they look at all. Just let it
Mhm.
be. What do you got with? Well, I'm going to say this because I know you know what religion is. I just want to say that you know what's religion or lack thereof,
Yes.
and then national origin.
Birthplace or
Mhm. Yeah,
ethnicity,
that is what it
language,
is.
culture.
Okay. So, what's the difference between the Civil Rights Act of 1866 and the 1968 Fair Housing Act?
Okay. I sometimes get them backwards, but
Okay.
let me see if I can do it today with the right way. So 1866 was when the federal made it illegal to deny the right people to purchase the right to purchase based on race.
Yep. And it's just race. It
And
protects
yeah.
discrimination against race.
And then the 68 is when Fred's Corn went into play.
Yep. This one is about housing. And I'm not going to remember I said these are the critical terms.
Hmm.
So I'm not going to right now make you say, okay, well, 1974 said this and
Yeah.
1988 said that. Although I think it is a very fair and valid thing for them to test on, to
Okay.
me, as far as this being, you know, absolutely positively what you need to know, knowing that this is first and knowing that the Fair Housing Act only applies to housing. And that's, like you said, where we get Fred's corn from. Right? It says you can't when you're dealing with housing, whether it's renting or buying or anything accepting offers, it is illegal to discriminate. Now I know I have exemptions down there under ADA, but what are some of the exemptions for? And I'll split it in half.
So like religious organizations can have property for their like within
Yep.
their religious community. There's the um I believe there's the one with the like if I'm the owner
Mhm.
and I have four people or four units or less, I think.
You have less than 3 units,
Yeah.
and there's
Um,
no agent, and you
yes.
can never no advertising.
And then there's also the elderly housing can say no children
Yep.
on there,
Elderly
like the
housing.
65 and up group.
Hmm.
Um, and then you just gave us, or in one of your, I watched a video of yours recently, and I just learned FISBO.
Owner occupied. So this is where you got the four or more. If you're renting out a room in your house, if you're renting out a duplex or a triplex or a quadplex, where it's four or less, where you are the owner occupant, then you can say, hey, I'd rather live with other women or no men or, only men or this religion. That's fine. You do get that FISBO exemption as long as you don't have an agent and you're not advertising it and you have less than three. Oh, sorry. Well, as always, you don't use an agent and you're not advertising.
Okay.
Okay. The ADA doesn't really have exemptions except
Okay.
for when you have to make modifications,
Okay.
have to be reasonable. But I just jumped ahead. What does ADA stand for?
That's the law that makes it illegal to discriminate against people with disabilities.
Yep. Why can I not spell disability? Tease. I don't even know if that's right. It's just I can't right now. And yes, and we know the other thing I will point out about that is it's not just housing. That's why we
Right.
make sure that we have people. Oh, and I should point out, even though it says disabilities, we know now it's going to be uh what's the word? Um, there's a different term besides disability that is just escaping my head. That it's you know what? It's going to come to me. And if it doesn't, I'll make, or before we end this, I'll make sure I email you or make a video about it. But just be
Okay.
aware that not everybody likes the word disability. It's like they don't always love the word handicap. So,
Gotcha. Okay.
okay. And the only other thing I would say about that is, with renting, they love to test you on that. With renting, you have to allow reasonable uh, modifications, which is where I was going with that. Your modifications
Gotcha.
have to be reasonable. If somebody says, I need you to put in an elevator. Okay, no.
Yeah.
All right. What is steering?
So that is when it's the illegal practice of trying to guide someone to purchase or rent a home in a specific area based on their race or religion or some one of Fred's horns that
Yeah. So it's about buyers. You're steering or putting buyers in a certain area or away from a certain area. Even if you mean it to be a good thing, it's still discriminatory. What's the other name for blockbusting?
uh panic peddling.
Panic peddling. Does peddling have two D's?
I think so.
Okay. And what does that mean?
So it's basically where it's also illegal um where you try to have the homeowner sell because there's a a change in the demographic of the neighborhood.
I'm going to say trying or encouraging sellers to sell is what that should have said because of an incoming different demographic. All right, very good. I love how you knew those definitely. What do you know about redlining?
Redlining is when it's illegal as well, but
Mhm.
mortgage lenders used to make a red line around areas on a map that were neighborhoods that they didn't want to make loans or offer loans.
Lending or not lending in certain areas based on demographics.
Hmm.
Usually race, but okay. And then what is puffing?
That is the exaggeration
And it is legal.
of advertisements, or that's where you see it, I guess, the most.
Yeah, this is the best view in all of the city. This is it's a cozy little home. It's real, real small. We're cozy. I always think about when people do online dating. It seems like there's a lot of puffing going on. It's just, hmm. So, in your state, do you know of anything in Georgia of any differences? Because you probably have fair housing laws. I know you have fair housing laws in Georgia. Anything that's significantly different? Like I know in my state, we've made some changes and made it even more restrictive. Anything in your state you can think of?
No, I feel like they were all very, very similar to. I
Okay.
don't remember anything sticking out like, oh,
Okay. All right.
but I am going to go back and
Double
look at
check
it.
that.
Hmm.
Hey, it's good. So I can't believe this, but we're down to our last section, land use controls. But can I just say how impressed I am with how well you're doing with so much information?
I am trying. This has definitely been helpful to me because, like I was telling you in one of our last sessions together, I was starting to feel like I didn't remember any of the information anymore, or that it was just all mixed up in there. So doing this has been helpful because it helped me realize that, hey, I do know this stuff. It is in there somewhere. And then it's also helping me realize the areas that I need to work on as I prepare for my
I love
exam.
it. I love it. All right. Well, let's see what we got then. So we got land use controls, and we know that there's two types. You got your public land use controls that come from the government, and you got your private land use controls that come from a source that is not the government.
Mhm.
So I don't think we need to talk about what zoning is. I think you're
No,
covered
we did
for
that
that one.
already.
Okay, yeah.
We're good.
So what is a master plan? And do you know what the other
That's
name of it is called?
um I, I'll think of the other name, but it's the document that's designed to help the communities create their plan for the future.
Okay, I was gonna say municipalities, but then I realized I can't spell it. To help communities plan their growth. Its other name, just by the way, is comprehensive
Mm. Yeah, I wasn't going to get that tonight.
plan. That's okay. All right. Non-conforming use. What do you know about it?
That's the grandfathering. So it's when a property is allowed to use to continue the way they were using because even though that the zoning has changed or
Exactly, even though zoning has changed. So we know the use was legal. They changed the zoning and they're going to allow you to continue doing it. Now, it may not be forever. Of course, if it's
Mhm.
destroyed, they don't have to let you continue it. You can't expand it or do it to something new that doesn't match. It's just, we're going to allow you to continue because you were doing it first.
Mhm.
How is that different than an illegal use?
So illegal use is where it was never legal, so they can't
Yeah,
do
there you go. Doesn't even matter if it's been happening for 20 years. An illegal use started illegal, is still illegal. A non-conforming use started legal and then it became different or it doesn't match. It's non-conforming to what was what is currently there.
it.
What do you have on variance?
So that's the or I don't know if it's written, but I think it is. But it's the request that asks for an exception when the requirements have changed.
Can you give me an example?
Um,
I'll give you one.
yeah,
So sometimes, well, and this is well, this I don't know if your state's gonna test you on this, but do you know what impervious surface is?
no.
You ever go to a mall and when it rains or the snow melts where you're in Georgia, I don't know how much snow you get, but it rains and it kind of floods a little bit. It gets because the water has no place to drain to.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't really happen on grass because grass and dirt it's the water can seep
Mm-hmm.
through, right? But cement, water can't seep through. It's an impervious surface.
Okay.
So a lot of states, cities, communities have rules about how much impervious surface your lot can have. If you're sitting on a quarter acre lot, you can't just completely cement it because that water's got to go somewhere and that's
Mm-hmm.
probably your neighbors. It's going to cause flooding, things like that. So these neighborhoods might say no more than 60% of your lot can be impervious. Okay, just making up numbers here. Well, what if I'm at my limit? Okay, I'm going to give, since I don't have children, I'm not going to. If I have a child and God forbid that child is in a terrible accident, they're in a wheelchair. Not that there's anything wrong with being in a wheelchair,
Right.
but I've already hit my 60% limit. But my child needs a wider driveway and wider, walkway to get to the front door. We need to put in ramps into the back. Well, we could ask for a variance and say, hey, we need an exception to the rule because your rule is causing this hardship. So that's the word that I want you to remember. You're asking because there's a hardship
Okay.
Or think about setbacks. Do you know what a setback is?
It do it has to do with the the main road, I believe.
Yeah. Well, let's just say we've got a lot, and this is a lot, and this is a lot, and here's the road. Now I'm making up ridiculous numbers, but maybe there's from the road a there's a 10-foot setback. But from the sides of the house, because from you don't want to be right up next to your neighbors, there's a
Right.
20-foot setback. But what if, and I didn't draw this to scale, what if
Uh-huh.
your house, your lot was only 50 feet wide? How big? If you have to have 20 on the left and 20 on the right, how big can your house be?
That's gonna be tiny.
10 feet. That's not, come on, people. We can't. Now, again, my numbers are ridiculous, but can you
Yeah.
see how you would ask for a variance and be like, could I
Yeah.
please have a 5-foot setback,
Right.
please? Right? You can always ask, but they don't have to say no. Most of the
Right.
time they do say yes if it's truly a hardship, but they don't have to say yes.
Right.
Now, how does a variance differ from a special use permit?
Special use is they gave you the permission.
Well, yes, they gave you permission, but it's about the where and when.
Mm.
They gave it to you in the zoning codes. So it's like they'll say, okay, we're going to have all residential neighborhood. And then they'll say, and we will allow people to have daycares. Why? Because where we have houses, we generally have kids. Where you have kids, you need daycares. Now, daycares are not residential. So in the law itself, it will say, yes, this is residential, but will allow daycares. You just need to come get a permit. Why? Because they want to control that there's not 17 daycares in a row on one street. So they can't say no unless they have a really good reason, like, no, we've got too many all the time. Yes, you can have a daycare, even though it's a business, even though it's not residential. You just need to come get the permit from us first. What do you have on conditional use?
So that's when the it allows the landowner to continue using their property even though they're incorporating the
Hmm,
new zoning rules, I think, or
no,
something to that effect.
when you think conditional, I want you to think commercial.
Okay.
Okay. IAL. There we go. That's CIAL. Would you agree that a Walmart is a commercial use?
Yes.
Would you also agree that a small flower shop is a commercial use?
Yes.
So it could be zone commercial, but you could have like big commercial versus little commercial. Now, those are not the real words, but
Hmm.
conditional use is when they say, okay, you can have commercial as long as the conditions are met. You don't ever need parking or need to have parking spaces for more than 10 or 15 people. You're only working certain hours. Like it's, yes, you can have commercial, but only commercial that meets these conditions.
Gotcha.
All right. What is a PUD?
Land unit development.
I like it. And can you tell me about it?
It's a small community
Mm-hmm.
um, that has housing and commercial real estate.
Yep. Very good. And that means there's usually a community association that's a little bit more powerful than like an HOA. Like HOA, you thinking just residential. In a
Mhm.
PUD, there's usually an association that says, yeah, once again, conditional uses, we can have residential and commercial, but we don't mean open a Target. Now, unless you have one of those big PUDs, like some PUDs are literally huge and some PUDs are really small. Just depends. What is an overlay district?
Um, all I remember from that is geographic zoning.
Well, I'm going to say it's zoning that overlays on other zoning.
Okay.
So, an example of that would be Historic preservation. It's zoned residential, but it's also got the preservation zoning on it.
Gotcha.
Or aesthetic zoning. Or think about flood zones. Let's say I'm sitting in my house and I get a piece of mail from FEMA, and they're like, "Congratulations, Candace, your house is now in a flood zone." Can I write them back and be like, "Thank you so much, but I already have zoning here. You can have it back now."
No.
No. So that's an overlay district.
Gotcha.
So aesthetic zoning and historic preservation. And as long as I mentioned historic preservation zoning, could you kind of explain it to me? What is it? What do you know it to be?
It's the identification and protection of like buildings or
Yes,
or places that were historical in culture.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it just needs to be protected. And then once it's in a historic preservation area, that means what? Why do we care?
Because it's protected and significant.
But how do they protect it?
Oh, they don't allow them to change it, or they're very limited.
Yes, they're very difficult. They try to keep the historic feel to the area, which is good because it usually keeps property values up, but also upsetting if you're the homeowner because it's a little difficult to get things done. All right. What are subdivision regulations?
That's what makes, or the laws for how subdivisions are implemented, I think.
That's a good word. Give me an example. I know you're to the end here, like road width, lot size, like things. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
They want to control like how traffic comes in and out, because you can't just buy, 17 acres and decide to put 42 houses on that 17 acres. Even if it was comfortable and pretty, isn't that going to change the schools and the utilities and electricity? Like, you get what I'm saying? Yeah. So they've got rules about how subdivisions are done, and there's usually going to have to be an approval. So there's going to be plats because it's a subdivision, and who needs to approve a preliminary plat, and how, who do you need to talk to, and what are the things that have to be there? So it's all very, very complicated. Not complicated.
One of those in my subdivision. I don't know who changed, who was behind it, but they were stupid because the roads are super narrow and there's
when one person comes,
there's only sidewalk on one side of one side of the neighborhood, and you're just like, but their house is on both sides of the street. Like, why is there only one side with the sidewalk? And sometimes, like when you're trying to, even though it's two lanes, it's so narrow that when somebody is coming, you have to like pull over so that they can finish going before you can go through. It's
like playing chicken all the time.
It is.
I mean, I like a game of chicken, but now I'm driving every day. I'm just trying to get home from work, trying to get back to watch a TV show. I don't know. Soak in the hot tub. Okay, what are building codes?
So those are the laws that say how buildings are designed or constructed in the both residential and commercial areas.
Very good. And what do you know about septic permits?
That is the laws for sewage and wastewater.
Mm-hmm. And when they give you a septic permit, they don't give it to you by people. They give it to you by, well, I should say this. They don't give it to you by the number of bathrooms. They give it to you by the number of bedrooms.
Okay.
Well, at least that's what they do in our state. As I said it, I realized, I know that's how they do it here. I wonder if that's how they do it everywhere. I don't know. So I'll have to look that up. But your choices are either going to be like city sewer
or well. No.
Or septic tank.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some other options, but when you're dealing with property, it'll probably be one or the other.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Those were all types of public land use control. They come from the government. What do you know about deed restrictions?
That is the it deals with the real property and it's similar to contracts. I can't think of the word I'm looking for.
Well,
Covenant?
yes, covenant. It's a covenant in the deed. So when we were talking about, well, okay, let's talk about restrictive covenants. Restrictive covenants are usually for a subdivision. So
Yeah,
if
so
we
that's like your
know,
HOA.
like what? Like your HOA. And we know they're appurtenant. If you buy the property, there are these recorded documents that say you can't have more than 2 cars in your yard, like things like that that go with
Yeah.
it. That comes from usually the developer, and they're the rules. Restrictive covenants are the same as protective covenants. It just
Okay.
depends on how you look at them.
Okay.
But sometimes when people buy houses, let's say I had 15 acres somewhere and I was subdividing it, and you want to buy some, I might put into the deed, you're not allowed to have livestock beyond chickens or goats on the property. Because maybe I don't want you to have cows or horses or, something like emus. I like emus, but still. In the deed itself, it could have restrictive or, covenants that say you can't do this.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not one of those things. If you do it, it's not like a defeasible estate, a fee simple, feasible. But what's the one I'm thinking of? There's the conditional, and then there's what's the other one? We just talked about it. Fee simple determinable, where it automatically happens, just like with restrictive covenants.
Okay.
You know that if somebody breaks a restrictive covenant, they don't automatically lose ownership. Same thing with deed covenants. Like,
Gotcha.
no. Now, good question they ask on the test. Let's say you have a restrictive covenant that says, and that's private, that says you can't have fences over 5 feet.
Okay.
But the state says you can have, or the municipality, the zoning says you can have fences up to 4 feet. So
Mm-hmm.
private says you can have a fence up to 5 feet.
Mm-hmm.
And public says you can have 4 foot is the max fence that you could have. What size is the max fence that you can have?
4 feet.
That's right, because the most
Goes with the
restrictive
stricter one.
Yep, the most restrictive restriction wins
Mm-hmm.
or restricts. Okay. What do you know about CERCLA?
Okay. So let's see. Give me a second. So this is when it holds the past and present property owner liable for hazardous material that is found on the real property.
Exactly. So CERCLA is basically saying, hey, well, can you tell me what it stands for?
Probably.
Uh,
Uh, let me see.
I'll start. All right. It is comprehensive,
Yeah, no.
environmental, environmental response. Sometimes I have to think it out in my head. Response compensation. Oof, that's awful. Response compensation and liability act. So basically it says if there is hazardous waste, everybody's responsible for cleaning it up. And then what is Sarah?
So that was the amendment to CERCLA,
Mm-hmm.
and it provides funds for the cleanup of the hazardous waste. What does it stand for? I don't remember. But I know it does.
I think it Sarah, super fun. You know what? I don't even know. We're gonna go with that for right now. I can't think of it off the top of my head. We've been doing this a long time today.
We have.
What about RCRA? Do you know what that is?
I can't remember what the acronym stands for, but I know that it gives the EPA the authority to control the hazardous waste.
There you go. This one I have memorized, the Conservation and Recovery Act. So it allows for the EPA to clean up what they need to clean up and control it from whatever they need to do. So, hey, you're creating this awful toxic stuff. We have the ability to say, this is how you're going to handle it. Okay. We talked about lead-based paint, but remind me, its house was built before what year?
1978.
Yay. Now we're talking about environmental stuff. What do we call that stuff that is invisible? You can't smell it, but it comes up from the ground.
Radon.
Radon. And do you remember the amount that the EPA says? This is probably where you should do something about it.
I don't. Well, I'm
It
just gonna
is
be honest.
4.0. That's a called picocuries per liter of air. What is a picocurie? I got no idea. It's just a number I know. Right. And what do we call that stuff that is if you or a loved one has died from or been, you know what I'm talking about, from mesothelioma?
Oh, asbestos.
That's right. And what's the best way to take care of that?
Remediation.
What kind of remediation?
They either have to completely cover it up or take it out.
Encapsulation. Mm-hmm. Or safe removal by the professionals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How do you fix radon? Venting.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
What do you know about underground storage tanks?
So that's the underground tanks that used to store fuel or oil.
Okay. And why is
and
this?
It has to be removed or remediated.
Tanks that are underground have to be removed or remediated, which is just basically filling them with sand. But remember, if you remove them, they've got to test, or even if they don't, they got to test to make sure that there hasn't been any leakage or anything. What do you have on the Flood Disaster Protection Act?
So that is the law that mandates lenders to require flood insurance if the property is in a high flood zone or a high risk flood zone or something to that effect.
And it allows them to be part of the NFIP. Now, you gave me that look. That's the National Flood Insurance.
I don't remember that term.
Program. Well, I write a lot of CEs and I do stuff, but the National Flood Insurance Program is what gives you flood insurance. Most people get flood insurance from the government through FEMA, the National Flood Insurance Program. But it's also a government program, kind of like insurance. You can get insurance from the government. However, it's not sometimes as good as the insurance that you're going to get from a private insurer. So, right. So when you're part of or you're dealing with the Flood Disaster Protection Act, they're basically saying, look, you have to have a plan on how to clean it up. And if you're part of the flood zones, you got to do certain things. And I don't remember off the top of my head what it is, but your community, if you wanted to be part of the flood program and people to have access to this flood insurance, you got to meet certain criteria. So.
Gotcha.
All right. And with that, ma'am, see that blank page?
We did it.
We did it. Now, are there any topics or something? Because this was broad and it was an overview and just the major things that I know I need you to know. We went over a lot, but we also didn't go over a lot. So is there anything that you're like, Candace, there's this last minute topic or something that we didn't discuss, but I'd love to still?
No, I think for me, this, like I said, it's given me that boost. Like, okay, you do know the information. Um, but I do need to go back and sharpen up my knowledge on my Georgia stuff.
Just remember, like you said, you know so much. Don't let the, oh my gosh, you really do have a great understanding. And thank you for letting me record this and share this for future people that are like, Candace, oh my gosh, I have a test and you can't tutor me. I have a many hour review with somebody who was literally getting ready to test. So I'm going to put it on the YouTubes and you're going to come back and be like, I passed if you want, or you can tell me and I'll be like, she passed. So everybody knows. But thank you, thank you. And good
Thank
luck.
you.
And if you
Thank you.
need anything, you know how to find me.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.